Yeah, so I thought today we would, let me get rid of that a second. We'd go back to FS Economy. Let's go back. Oh, are you kidding me? Guys, look at the timing on this. Are you actually serious? I was literally just on FS Economy. I start my stream. I'm sorry, it's closed for maintenance. Please try again in 15 minutes. God. Amazing timing. Ah, dear. If I remember, I know I'm going to fly in the States. Now, the problem with the States is right now it's still dark, so I might have to just fast forward time a little bit. If I remember, I think I'm here in the TBM. I think I'm here. I might be wrong about this, but I'm going to spawn there. And we should be able to pick it up shortly when FS Economy comes back. But, what's this? Is it really
Who
bad
sneezed on the server that it needs maintenance?
Well, yeah, I think they just waited for my stream to start and then did it annoyingly. That's interesting. So we can't have... Wait, what's the weather down there? Surely it's not like that. Surely it's Scorchio. Real time. What was the weather like yesterday? Let's go with yesterday's weather. At least we get historic accuracy. We'll go for some time in the morning, maybe. Let's try that. Close.
Celebratory bunting.
Good morning, Paul and chat. Did you all miss me last weekend? No? Wow, what friends you are. SquirrelPlus was away at a traction engine rally in lovely County Cork.
Welcome back, Chris. Hope you enjoyed your traction engine. Hope you had a Guinness. Bob, thank you, 37 months. Thanks for the bits, Felicius. Super Hour, 20 months. Focus Z-Tex, 33. And Gustatote with 13. What is the weather down there? Because even yesterday at 6 a.m. apparently it wasn't brilliant. I've actually got live weather. If I go historic. Can you do historic weather? Can you not do historic weather? It's live or nothing, isn't it? It's live or you tell us what you want. It looks like it doesn't have a history of weather. Bit of a shame. I know we're not on live time. UTC, what time would it need to be over there? Probably... like that. I don't know, Rome. I don't think it does. Because I think you either choose your weather or you go with live weather. And there's no kind of... like, live weather is what it's like there now, I think. Is how I read that. Which means it's going to be not very nice. Let's see what it looks like. I thought it was sunny over there as well. AMH, thank you, 32 months. It wasn't too bad, AMH. It wasn't too bad. That's not terrible weather at all, is it? We can live with that. Live weather. That looks okay. That'll do. Now, what will probably happen is the batteries will go flat on me, so let me try killing everything. Well, you literally can't turn the batteries off. You can't turn the batteries off, apparently. Unless I've done something wrong. And the battery will drain fairly rapidly on this thing, as I found out yesterday. Like, if you look at that electrical panel, it starts at charge at the bottom of the green area, and it goes down fairly quickly. So if you don't start within about 15 minutes, it'll probably go flat. Zombie Woof, thank you for subbing, welcome. Zombie Woof. Right, so let's see if we can start her up. Let's put that on for a sec. Makes it a bit clearer. We'll get the engine idling, and then hopefully FS Economy will come online. So let's see, we want the ignition in the on position, or do we want an auto? I can't remember. Manual selector, AP is off. Fuel tank selected. We want that to flight low, I believe. Put some lights on. FSE's up, cool. Well, we'll just get it started up, and then we'll figure out what we're doing. That's meant to be on, by the way, I think. Or at least an auto.
It must be VIP food since Alex has metal cutlery.
Get rid of those. Ignition. Bleed off. Go away. Bleed needs to be an auto. Some cool air. Oxygen. Say ignition. Is it still an ignition? Auto. There we go. That will clear when we get moving. That the pump stays on, I think, while we're on the ground in low idle. It's a boost pump. Alex has metal cutlery. Did he have metal cutlery phone? I'd noticed actually on Amici. One second. Oh, you're right, actually. He does have metal. Actually, I don't know. That might be metal, or it might be that plastic that's actually... Have you ever had that before? It's actually plastic, but it looks kind of chrome. I've had that. Like fake cutlery. I doubt they'd give them metal. Right, that'll stop the battery from going flat. Let's go and have a look at FSC. Hey, it's back. FSC is back. Yeah, I think metal cutlery would be a bit dangerous. I don't think they give you that, if I'm honest. Not at an event, even if you are a VIP. But thanks for the bits, Onamichi. Lucky Shot, thank you for 42 months. Right, so I'm going to fly this one here, which is one of the Sakata TBM 930s that we have in the fleet. I hate wooden forks. I hate wooden forks so much. I can't tell you how much I hate wooden forks. It actually goes through me just talking about it. I hate it so much. It just reminds me of the doctor's sticks that they used to put on your tongue. Oh, awful. Ugh. So yeah, I've basically grabbed November 264 Sierra Quebec, which is one of our fleet. You can see I was doing a bit of flying yesterday on it. What I don't know is the current fuel state of it. We'll have to figure that out in a minute. Fuel, current load, 107 gallons. That's about 2 hours range, which is not too bad. We are currently at KIYK, which has... What the heck? Do you want to pay $3.99 or $3.75, or do you want to pay $4? But they only have 8,400 fuel. Interesting. It does sound a helicopter like when it's in feathered low idle mode. I think it does sound a bit weird. I think we will take some fuel, but we'll figure that out in a minute. So what I want to do is, if we go to FSE Planner a second. Now this plane is currently homed in Phoenix. And I kind of want to spread the TBMs around the map a little bit, because most of our TBMs are actually over on the west side. And I figure, looking at this lovely map, which kind of shows you how busy it gets, where all the airports and stuff are, I'm thinking we could do with a plane on the East Coast down at New York. We could do with one over in Chicago. So we'll have one in Chicago, one down in New York somewhere, and then I'm thinking we'll have one in Dallas, around about here. So I'm thinking what I might do today is take a series of flights on FSE to try and head east, with the goal of bringing the plane over here somewhere, around the Texas area. I might even get one of the TBMs down in Florida at some point. Can you even fly to New York right now? No, that would be out of the range at the moment. You could do it in a couple of hops, but I wouldn't do it. I don't want this plane in New York. I want this plane in this area. The question is, where do we want to home it? Do we want to home it in Dallas, or home it in San Antonio, or Houston? Where's the best place from an FSE perspective? That's the question. Oh, with the weather situation, yeah, I don't know, Hannah, actually. Don't know. Very good point, I don't know. Why do you think Dallas? What I want is to put it somewhere where it's more likely to get flown, because this particular plane is not being flown very much. I think it's done 30 hours of flying in the last 2 years, so it's not even paying its way, hence the need to relocate it. So the question is, well, where do we relocate it? I want it to be somewhere where you can take lots of flights. If you went to Dallas, I suppose you can do FSE runs to Oklahoma, maybe Memphis, Houston, San Antonio. There's not much west, but you could at least go 180 degrees on the compass to get jobs. Alternatively, we could go a little bit further east, maybe. Would that help? Like if you went to Shreveport area, homed it there, would that help? I don't know. You'd say one of the major airports people are more likely to use. You say that, but the plane was homed in Phoenix and it wasn't being flown. So I don't know if that works. We put on the jobs. So with this overlay, you can see where the FSC job activity is. It's a little bit hard to see, but I guess if we zoom in, we can see a lot of activity. There's a lot from here. Look at that. Where's that? Is that San Antonio? San Angelo. There's an awful lot of jobs spoken out from San Angelo, but then you could say the same thing about Dallas, really. There's a metric ton of jobs coming out of here. Is that Fort Worth? KAFW. So we could. Fort Worth Alliance. We could rehome it in Fort Worth. You can't really fly me today, Quantum. No, I'm not going to be on a network. So that's an option, KAFW. And what I think we can do is... I don't know if I can do this, because I've got it on lease. If I go... aircraft... edit. Camera edit. Aircraft is rented by Squirrel TV. What I was going to do was change its home back to somewhere else. Because that way you'd get a bonus for flying it towards its home, basically. It's a bit quieter inside. Right. I was just thinking what to do. Okay, we'll just fly it towards Fort Worth, I think. Are we flying or just sitting? I was thinking, is that okay? I was thinking about the best way to go about this. So what we'll do is we'll basically head east-ish. So we're over here. We want to be heading this way. So we'll have a look if we can take some jobs out of here. Route finder. How do we do this again? From KI... Is it YK we're in? KYK in the... Sakata TBM 930. Heading roughly 90 degrees, hopefully. So that would punt us off to the east for $6,800 per hour, which takes nearer to our goal. What's your favourite plane to fly in FSE? I think the two best ones I enjoy are the Caravan and the TBM. The Caravan, because it has a bigger carrying capacity, is very nice to fly. You want a plane that can go places and carry a lot, and the Caravan's good at that. The TBM's quicker, but carries less. So it depends what your objective is. Are you trying to get around the map, or are you trying to carry the most stuff? If you hate wooden forks, do you hate plastic cutlery? No, I'm fine with plastic. I just don't like the wood. I don't like the paper straws that McDonald's do either, because they're useless. Like that. Have you ever used a McDonald's paper straw and you put it in the milkshake, and after about 5 or 10 minutes, it just disintegrates? It's not even fit for purpose. It goes soggy, and then it won't even suck the milkshake up. It's stupid. So that's one route. That would actually, although that pays slightly less, well, it pays quite a bit less, but it would take us a bit more towards our goal, but I don't think it matters too much. Blimey, it's actually not going to take us that long to get over there, is it? That's 1 hour 40 of flying to get us here. Oh my god, look at that hop. So basically, we've got like one leg, and then the next leg, we've got to take off and land 15 nautical, like, whoop, whoop, pick up some more stuff. I wish you could set, in the filters, I wish you could set like a minimum hop leg distance. You can set the minimum distance in total, but what you can't set is like the minimum hop distance. That one, if we do that one, we don't have that stupid little hop. I think that's a better option than that one, isn't it? Like, even though that one pays a little bit more dollar per hour, it literally is not worth it. So I think we'll go with that one. Three decent legs there. So that would be 370 nautical, take an hour and a half. It nets us 10k in total. We would be taking 2 passengers initially, then picking up another 5. And then 7. So if we add that to... Oh, really? If we add that... Why does it make me log in? It's so dumb. Invalid assignment parameter. Has it already done it, maybe? My flight, it's already done it. Okay. Select a group, fly for Air Squirrel, confirmed. So it wants us to pick up these 2 packs from here. I need to start the FSE client, actually. FSE SimConnect client. D22, thank you for 83 months. Error, ads present, sub expired. I'm sure I got the same audible. Do you know what? I was on Twitch last night and the ads were just unbelievable. Like, I literally bounced across 6 different channels and just kept getting the same ad. I'm like, you're just trying to make me watch this, aren't you? It was either Gillette Razor or an Audible ad. It was so frustrating. Like, I couldn't even just pop in and have a look if I wanted to watch a stream. I just popped in and just ads. Right, what I was going to do, I need to make sure that I don't forget something here. So how much fuel do we need for this run? That's the next question. Let's see, crew, empty weight, max takeoff, total capacity, current load, fuel. We're on 107 gallons, 37%. How much do we need for this job? Available space. Does it tell us? Oh, there we go. Fuel usage, 78 gallons. We need 78 gallons to make this run. So if we just grab... we just get it up to like 180 or something. I think we'll use the cheap one. Fill to 180 gallons. That'll give us about a 37% when we land. What sort of Twitch channels do you watch? It depends what people are playing. Like, I follow a bunch of people like everybody does, but it does depend on what they're playing as to whether I tune in. Sometimes if I'm just looking at a particular game, I'll just go and look at the game category and watch some streams from that category. Just to see if I might like that game, you know. Right, refueled it to 180 gallons. Select all. Do I need to grab these? I think they're already departing, aren't they? So I think that's it, if I remember how to do this. We just need to basically punch the route in down here. So if we go flight plan. And our initial flight is going to be to L35 from KIYK. L35. Let's hope it knows what this Big Bear City. Big Bear City. Which it reckons is 96 nautical. Which is hopefully what it said. 97 nautical, so that's correct. Let's go back here. Have a look at some charts. KIYK. Actually, it's probably better to just do it with this thing here. Also, I need to punch it into Volanta, don't I? I have to punch it into like 50 places. Right, so if I do that, then Atlanta should pick it up as well, which it does. Glad to catch you live, enjoying the hack out of Dero Valley episodes. Can't wait for the update, George. Yeah, next week, George, is going to be the fun video when I record that. That's going to be explosions. As you could perhaps see at the end. Let's see, load that. I need to do some more testing on the explosions in Derail Valley Sim. I'm going to get the different cargo types together and just basically detonate them just to see what they do. And then go from there. But, yeah, we'll see. What's the weather look like at the moment? 190 at 6. Okay. Wow. 0 wind. Blimey. So I guess we can just taxi up and take off out of 2-0. That would make the most sense, wouldn't it? Just to follow on what Vrome said there, guys, if you're a sub and you're not in our Discord server, would you please mind joining for this weekend only if you want to, but just join and say hi. I need more people chatting in my Discord server in order to keep my Discord partner agreement live, because they have like a minimum chatters threshold. It's stupid. But if you wouldn't mind just popping in Discord and saying hi if you're a sub, that would be lovely and greatly appreciated. It will take you 5 minutes. Has it closed already? Yeah, the competition has actually closed. Liverpool, are you going to watch Soccer Aid tomorrow night? I don't watch football as a general rule. So no, not really my thing. Right, 2-0 when we take off. We shall, what's the elevation here? 2,400. Let's go back and have a look at L35. There is an RNAV into runway 26, apparently. Wow, elevation 6,700. That is quite a step change. That is quite a step change, that. I put that there. That shouldn't get in the way too much. The airport is down a valley, hence why there's an RNAV, I think. Let's see, procedure. RNAV approach, runway 26. Let's load that. Now, can we load that into... Actually, let's load into here. Okay, so we have to get to Bunja at 9,400. Hasn't got that in yet, has it? Bicycle speed. VNAV is enabled. So there's Bunja, but it doesn't have the VNAV altitude for it yet. I don't know if that's something that becomes active later, maybe. Can everybody remember how to put the altitude restriction in? Because it says here that we need to be at Bunja at 9,400 and then Halvi at 8,700. And it's not got the altitude restriction in here. Funnily enough, it has 8,800 feet here, bizarrely. Which doesn't seem to follow the plan, unless that's after the runway. That must be actual go round. So yeah, I need to put the altitude into here, which I thought you did on the VNAV page. Maybe we have to take off before we get it, I don't know. Let's put it up over there. Thank you. All right. What? Something's up, Max. What's up? 30 months? That's the second 30-month sub. Twitch can't count. We all know this. Let's see. Flick that over. Bring that onto the map. Why is that now not showing my flight plan? That's weird. Why is my flight plan not showing on here? Where's that gone? Is it just bugged out or something? Am I being stupid here? Flight plan options. Delete the flight plan. Yes. Add origin. K-I-Y-K. Destination was L35. Now we get our line back. Okay. Not sure where that went. Procedure. We load that in. Then it disappears. So loading that in makes that disappear. That's interesting. Is that what it's meant to do? Do you have the Workatalk GPS improvement installed? No. No. I don't have install, deinstall. I guess we'll leave it until maybe we get into the air and then we'll see if it's still doing it. Seems a bit wrong. Anyway. Let's set our altitude that we're going to fly at, which is going to be... Probably need to go up to about 10k or so, at least. Haven't looked at the charts for the MSA. Need to put a star in rather than just a procedure. Maybe we need to select that and then do a procedure or something. Procedure. There is no arrival procedure, it's a big bar. Here we go. We didn't tell it. We didn't tell it about our
That
fix.
guy outside needs to move, otherwise he loses his job.
Initial approach fix was Bruguette, I guess. You can come in from the west, aren't we? So come in from west and hit into Baguette or Baguette. Could try that. There we go. That should have fixed it, I think. We'll get the Baguette transition. Right, we don't need that guy today because we're going to be taxiing around. I like the Baguette transition. So this thing will load our fuel shortly as soon as we hit load on FS Economy. So we'll basically... Get out the feather. It's almost ready to rock and roll. We shall action the flight, start flight. The fuel should have now been loaded. Which was 180 gallons out of 300, so that's probably not... Yeah, there you go, 170 it says. Start track IR. God, you have to start so many things when you go flight sim. It's ridiculous. Right, Volanta's running. FSC's running. I've started the flight. We know where we're going. We could probably... Get the right thing we want. Flight director. We're going to need navigation. We're going to want a B speed of... 1200 should do it. Our heading bug can be on the runway heading for now. Okay, we're ready to rock and roll. So taxi light, come on. Can't really make that guy move. So we'll just hit him with a wing. Oink! Thank you, 4D, for 38 months. I don't know, Blue Opal, why would anybody sell you fake vinegar? It's not like vinegar's expensive. Elcar, if you could own one plane, this would be it. You could go anywhere in this plane. It's beautiful. It's capable as well. Non-brewed condiment, which mixed with water, ethanoic acid, various chemicals. Why would you sell you that? Yeah, what about the sodium chloride? Is that fake as well? Maybe the fish are fake. (2420) standby set. Right, let's just double check. I can't remember if the inertial separator goes on during takeoff or during... I think that comes on when you're on the ground, is that right? It stops all the rubbish going into the engine? Or do you turn it off on the ground? I can't remember which way it is. See you later, Irvin. Don't need any anti-ice. Takeoff flaps. During takeoff and landing, yeah. Cool. That's all set up there. That's all set. Let's get the landing lights on. Takeoff trim is set. We should be good. Super long runway. That's power set. Flight director's gone a bit bonkers. Right, gears coming up. Flaps come up. Overcooking it. Should be paying attention. When do onboard services begin? Oh yeah, I'll just get the cabin crew to come round. What would you like, sir? Right, let's get climbing. A VIP quiche. Excellent choice. Smith, thank you for 79 months. Sit back, relax. Enjoy your flight on Saturday, thank you. It is very, very flat round here. It's like you've either got mountains or just stupid amounts of flat land. Crazy. Mr. Zintaus setting off the squeaky bike horn this morning. Thank you very much for 5 subs. Welcome, guys. Just got a sub. Enjoy your emotes. Don't forget to join the Discord server and say hi. I think we need to turn off at this point. I don't think so. Inertial separator can probably come off now. How's the solar panels been doing? Dude. Put it this way, Andy, lad, there's been no clouds for a few days, and I'm basically powering Chelmsford right now. I mean, that's a mild exaggeration, but you get the idea. Oh, I'm charging up for free on the Tesla. It's ridiculous. What was I going to do? Yeah, I was going to look at that VNav page. Active VNav waypoint. Budget 10,000. Records 9,400. What we could do is just change our actual climb altitude to 9,400. And then we'll be where we need to be. That'll help. Rusty Skills, that grainy effect is basically the way it softens clouds. and how grainy they are depends on your graphic settings, I think. Initial approach fix is 83 miles. Halvey, 8,700 at Halvey, so it knows about that as well. We shall see. We'll have to guide it in, but we'll see. Okay, we're at cruise altitude. The best train? What do you mean the best train? Let's see if I can try and show you something. Favorite steam train? Jeez, I don't know. Be watching them more. I'll be streaming mostly. I'll probably catch some of it. I won't catch all of it. I can't watch all of it. For some reason I can't paste. There we go. Right, let me show you this. So this is my dashboard, my Home Assistant dashboard, and that shows you what's currently going on right now. So it's 23 Celsius where I am, and then I built this panel here which basically shows energy flow around the home, right? So on the right side you've got the front solar. So that's the front of the house is generating 4.3 kilowatts. The back of the house is generating 2.8 kilowatts. So most of that power from that solar, it's more or less filled the battery. So it's now sending a lot of the juice into the car because the car's charging right now. But the home's drawing 4 kilowatts, which basically means Mrs. Squirrel has turned the oven on. That's what that means. So you'll see the power fluctuate as the house demand goes up and down. I mean, I've got my aircon on, my computer on. If Mrs. Squirrel puts on an oven, it'll jump. This is the rear solar panel and the rear battery. So that's a 10 kilowatt hour battery, which is already up to 66%. This is a 15 kilowatt hour battery, which is already charged up to nearly full. And that's, what are we now, like midday, right? So the Zappy is chucking the rest of it into the car and allowing the batteries to more or less charge up. And then this calculator I scripted up here, which basically says, given the current power draw on the home, how long could that battery capacity last? Taking into account, I only draw down to 11%. I don't draw down less than 11% on the battery.
Is Miss Squirrel making cake or snacks?
I don't know. I mean, 5.5 kilowatts. I think she's making snacks for the rest of the street by the look. 5.5? What is she doing? Anyway. So this is what's going on the front. This is what's going on the back daily. Down here, this is the battery charge history over the last 48 hours, I think it is. So you've got the rear battery and the front battery. And you can see that what happens is I have the battery hold its charge until about 5 p.m. Then it starts to draw down its power and power the house for the evening. And then the rear battery takes over. This is during the night. And then about 6 a.m. the sun comes up and they all start charging again. I mean, she's got the washing machine, the dishwasher, probably the oven, the car's charging, and we're still putting juice in the battery. That's how ridiculous this is. And then here you've got basically sensors. So up in the loft, I have a sensor that's in the loft. So in the loft right now it's 28 Celsius, humidity 45%. The battery compartment is running at 29 Celsius with a 42% humidity. The cupboard where the NAS drive is at 27 Celsius with a 27 Celsius with, that's labeled wrong. That's not correct. That should be 20%. I need to change that. This is humidity. And then the stairs, which is where the gateway is and the Zappy hub, Harvey and stuff like that. So down at the bottom is a summary of the last 7 days solar generation. So yesterday I generated 67.8 kilowatt hours of power on the solar. The day before 66, 58.8. 2 days before that was cloudy, so 32, 37. This is the current record, 70.9 kilowatt hours in 1 day, which is a lot of power. A lot of power. Most homes, that's enough power for most homes for about 3 days. That's it, maybe more with some people. It's a huge amount of power. More power. Like if I didn't have an electric car, I would just be exporting a lot of power. But because I do have an electric car, I can basically charge for free. So I built this dashboard to more or less show what goes on. It's like an instant, you know, what's my system doing kind of thing. Anyway, I should probably focus on what I'm doing. The back end of the dashboard, so I've got it running on a Raspberry Pi or using Home Assistant. Home Assistant is like an open source platform that you can build home automation with. It's very scriptable. There are lots of plugins. I had to buy a couple of sensors from Amazon. They're like bits of kit that are about that big. Plugs into the inverter and then it converts the Modbus. It reads the data from the inverter over Modbus and then presents it onto your network. And Home Assistant connects to that network via a thing called the Mosquito Broker. And it reads the data from these sensors, pulls it in along with all the other sensor data and just packages it up on the screen. Boeing, thank you for 118 months. Andy Long, thank you for 9 months. Guitar Man, thank you for 31. Thank you, guys. I need to think about what we're doing here. No, if the grid goes down, my system turns off. My system is what they call grid tied. It's not capable of off-grid. There are very strict rules over what a system does when the grid goes offline. For the safety of people working on the grid. So if they have to turn the grid off, they don't want power coming out of your house and your solar back down the grid line and killing people. So they're very strict rules. So only certain systems can actually go off grid and still like there has to be like a physical break that the inverter or whatever has to do to stop any power that it then uses from its batteries escaping onto the grid. My system doesn't do it. If you had, for example, a Tesla battery, a Tesla wall battery, they are off-grid capable, but they're like 10 grand. and they're like, yeah, impossible to get hold of. They're very clever, but they're not really worth it, in my opinion. The power wall. Yes, I'm saying it can run off-grid. Just said that wrong. There's Bruguette. So we've got like a right turn at Baguette, more or less down, straight in. Let's see if the VNAV works properly. What was the elevation on the airport again? So Baguette, we need to be 9,400. Then we're dropping down about 700 feet to Halvey. Because the actual elevation on the airport's quite high, isn't it? $6,700. So that's basically 2,000 feet at Halvey. We're 2,000 feet above the runway. Has it been a worthwhile investment for solar panels? I mean, it's hard to say, Joseph, because I'm not even in my first year. I've not done a full year yet, so I don't know. In winter, solar panels don't generate very much at all, really. On a sunny day, they will, but most days in winter generally aren't that sunny, so you don't get a lot from them. I would say the best investment is the batteries. Like, they are... If you get solar without batteries, I think you're crazy. Like, you can't capitalize on your power properly. And if you have the batteries, you can then charge overnight cheaply and get cheap electric. So the batteries are the biggest factor, I think. Onamichi, thank you very much for gifting 10 subs. Welcome, guys. Thank you very much, Onamichi. Enjoy your sub, guys. Enjoy your emotes. You can join our Discord server and say hi, please do. Halvey, initial approach fix. So Baguette in 7 minutes. Is that right? ETA 7:49, yeah, 31 nautical way. It's got a few minutes yet, about 7 minutes. When you start worrying again. So it's great for you to charge car of air conditioning. I mean, a lot of it comes down to how much power you use in your house and whether you're at home in the day or, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many variables. Which way your house faces, do you have trees all around you? Like, there's so many variables, it doesn't make sense for everybody. But I could almost guarantee you an inverter with batteries will benefit you. Simply because you can buy power cheaply. But yeah, in summer, like, this entire stream right now is being powered by sunlight. And has been for many weeks. Like, I hardly take any grid power at all. Is this airport on top of a mountain? No, I think the elevation's just pretty high. Yeah, the power wall's not worth it. Like, I think they're 10 kilowatt hours. It's very clever, but 10 kilowatt hours is nothing. Like, it really isn't. Let put it into context, right? An 11.5 kilowatt hour power wall, right? You put the oven on, which normally takes about, what, 2-3 kilowatts? You put the oven on for a couple of hours. That's probably going to take at least a third of that battery. It's pointless. So on an evening you get home, you start flicking stuff on, you'll very quickly burn through that power. When do you even break costs? That's a very interesting and difficult question to answer. Originally, I would have said 7 years. I think it's probably more like 5. But if the price of electric keeps coming back, then it might be back up to 6 or 7 again. I don't know. I just know that most of my power is off-peak or free. Electric company pays a good price for your power. You're getting paid for the electricity meters going backwards. That depends what plan you're on. I'm on Octopus's, what do they call it? Intelligent tariff. Which means I can buy electricity for 7.5 pence per kilowatt hour between the hours of 11 PM and 5 AM. So 6 hours of the day, my electric, if I bought it, would cost 7.5 pence. Outside of that, 41 pence. So if I pull power, I do it overnight into the batteries and then use it through the day. As long as I don't take power in the day, it's gravy. So look at this, 1.26. Hopefully I can stop by here, turn right, taxi. Heading 260. Looking at variable tariffs a while ago and downloaded your power curve from an engine supply, and the tariffs for variable tariff unfortunately was not cheaper for you. Fair enough. Again, a lot comes down to how much power you use in your home as well. It's how much power you use and when you use it. They're the variables. I use quite a lot of power in my home. Well, my electric bill, at this moment in time, my electric bill is estimated at £8 for this month. Which, for somebody that is using over 1,000 kilowatt hours a month, that's not bad. Yeah, if you can schedule your dishwasher and washing machine to... that's what we do in winter. Like in winter, we'll put our dishwasher, washing machine and dryer on at 11 o'clock at night. We'll literally set the delay timer. They all come on at like 11 o'clock and use cheap electric. That's what we do in winter. In summer, we turn them all on in the day when the solar's up, because the solar will power it for free. So it's like a change in habit that comes with it. Nah, they're not really any subsidies. The government pulled a lot of subsidies a long time ago. They used to have things called feed-in tariffs and all kinds of stuff. Discounts on solar. Nah, not anymore. If the price of electricity goes up enough, people will just buy solar anyway, which is exactly what's happened. How much in the month? £8 something. So the tricky bit is knowing how much to charge the how much power to leave in the battery overnight, so that I don't draw power. Like, let me put it this way: if I allow the batteries to come down all the way, right, and then at 6 AM the sun comes up, it'll bring them back up again. However, that will then allow most capacity in the battery during the day, so I can charge the batteries up and get the most solar power. However, if you do that, if you allow the batteries to go all the way down, and then tomorrow turns out to be a really cloudy day, you can get caught out and end up buying a bit of power in the peak times, because, you know, the demand on the house you're not getting it from the solar during the day. So you've got to look at the weather and make a decision about how much to charge the batteries overnight, if at all. £7 a day. Yeah, well, that was £8 for the month, McFillin. About £8 for the month. Bear it in mind, I'm generating over a megawatt hour of power right now, every month. That's 1,000 kilowatt hours. It's a lot of power. I need to slow down here. Right, altitude. Is it 8,700 we said? Down to 8,700 is what it should be doing. Let's get it slowed down a bit. Active waypoint, Bunja, 9,400. Have I misread that chart? Oh, I've misread that chart. Yeah, I've misread that chart. Okay, I've descended us before we needed to descend. It knows that we should be going to 9,400 at Bunja, and I've misread that. We're not at Bunja yet. I thought this was Bunja. It's fine, we'll stay at this altitude, 8,700 for Halvey, which is where we needed to be anyway. We'll get the landing lights on. Okay, that's a right turn. We'll just watch for the glide slope this time. So your dad should get solar years ago, but he said he doesn't like how it works. I'm not sure what that means, but, you know, it's his house, right? I say Except didn't install batteries, install the system because his energy supply pays him as much for his... Yeah, exactly, Ron. Well, that makes sense, right? If you're getting paid to export power, you don't need a battery. That's absolutely true. Like, if I had an energy provider that gave me credit and said, oh, you exported 100 kilowatt hours, therefore you can buy 100 back at the same rate, but that's never going to happen because power is cheaper to generate at different times of the day. There are websites that track the power price. One second. There are websites that track the price of power through the day. It fluctuates depending on how windy it is, how sunny it is, all kinds of things. There's the glide coming in, so we just need to basically follow that down. Price of power, volatile stocks. It really can be very volatile, but it doesn't go beyond a certain minimum and maximum. Oh my god. Hay fever is killing me. The sun's come out. The sneezing has begun. It does, Dinosaur. That's called Octopus Now or something like that. If you guys are thinking of going to Octopus, I can give you my referral code and you get 50 quid if you sign up with it. So, there is that. Agile. It might be Agile. There's a new one they brought out. That's quite an interesting tariff. You move to bulb. Octopus is honestly, Octopus is really good. And if you get it, there's an app called OctoAid that hooks into the API, because Octopus provides APIs for all kinds of things. And OctoAid just gives you such a detailed breakdown of what's going on. It's fab. That'll do. Park it up over here somewhere. Are you locked into bulb or something, Dyson, at all? You can't move because it terms the bulb agreement. Wait, didn't bulb go bust? Was that the one that went bust? Can't remember. Oh, you're on bulb Octopus. You can't transfer to Octopus. Yeah, because they went bust and I think Octopus took them over. Sounds like scumbag locking. You know what, I think I'm going to park here. Parking brake. Your flight has been logged. We'll just keep her running. We're going to be going again shortly. That's all fine. It's almost like, so what you should do is transfer away to like Eon or British Gas, and then when you get there, the next month transfer back to Octopus. Because that's the only way you're going to break out of that stupidity. You're an intelligent octopus. Have you got the OctoAid app? Right, if we have a look at this. We have now flown. So we're now ready for departure out of L35, and we're going to be going east to KBLH. So this time we're going to be grabbing 5 packs, basically. Fuel on board is what we need anyway. We just need to work out the routing. So we shall punch that in first of all. Just get rid of that. KBLH. H. Blythe. You can't change the tariff to the non-special ones. I think I would be tempted to leave Octopus. I would just say to them, look, either you let me change or I'm just going to leave and go somewhere else. And then go and then come back later. I wouldn't want to be locked in like that. That's just rubbish. Right, Valenta. Okay, that's updated Valenta. Not may accept new members. Yeah, do you know what? Like before COVID, the energy market, there was so much choice, and you could move around so easily. $113 nautical miles. Isn't Blythe near Newcastle? I think so. I do not use Nest, no. What non-special ones do they have? I want to move intelligent for the EV. Yeah, to get intelligent, you have to prove you got an EV. Like, it has to do a test charge on your EV and stuff. Because the weird thing about Intelligent Octopus is it will actually charge your car potentially in the middle of the day, if you let it. If electric becomes cheap, it'll just charge your car on cheap rate electric, even at the middle of the day. It's bonkers. Then there's Octopus Go, which basically gives you 4 hours of cheap electric every night, I think. 2 runways available. Weather is still no wind whatsoever. There is an RNAV departure out of here that sees you going straight to Okako. Runway 8. And we want to go east anyway, so that's not a bad shout. Cruising airspeed. I think I don't know what the max is, but you're normally doing over 200 knots. But if you go, because it can go high, it's pressurized, so you can go to like 24,000 feet or above, you will really fly. Is it 5 hours cheap, right? Yeah. Yov Hazel, thank you for 75 months. Fire Tiger, thank you for 52. Thank you for 19, Scotsman. And Lutonite, thank you for 9. Let's see if it knows about that. Kako 1. Yeah, Kako transition. It's loaded it. Okay. KBLH weather 140 at 5 knots. A little bit of wind down there. What's the elevation on this? 6,700. So that's pretty much what this is. MSA 12,700. Oh my god. Only if you're over here. What did I say the wind was? 140. You're going to get a crosswind no matter which way we do this. Actually, they have a 1.7 we can go into. But there's no kind of approach for it. Dark CCC, thank you for 15 months. Mr. Conpat, thank you for 4 years. I don't know, Sick Dog. It's kind of like, until I've got 12 months worth of data, it's pretty hard to work out. Like, for example, I was paying 10 pence per kilowatt hour for my electric, and then in February or March, they dropped it to 7.5. So just like a change like that affects my repayment time, doesn't it? Because my electric that I can buy is now cheaper. But I guess what you should do is look at the market rate for electric and say, well, if you didn't have this system, you know, you'd have a normal electric tariff. If you was running on that with the demand of your house, how much would it cost you? Then compare that to your savings that you've made with this system, and then say, well, out of your investment, how long does it take to pay that investment back? But I think the going rate is normally 7 years, normally. Hang on. Elevation 400 feet. That is way down. 400 foot elevation. Blimey. This thing's nearly at sea level. So we've got an RNAV into 2.6, a VOR into an unspecified runway. I think we're just going to have to punt it straight there and take a visual onto runway 17, I think. Is probably our best bet. What the hell was that? Hang on. So, that's interesting. There's an alarm system right behind me here that is for the office, and it just decided to go bonkers. So I had to go in the drawer and get the remote control that I pressed to disarm it and say, shut up. So, it's not done that in a long time. That was really weird. I don't know why it suddenly decided to do that. Okay, we're pretty much straight out here. Let's start the flight. Packs are loaded. Volanta is configured. Fuel looks right, 140 gallons. So what didn't do. Some speed bugs. 124 climb, 85 approach. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe the heat set it off. I'm in an aircon room, so it's not that. It is flashing. It's got a yellow light flashing, but I can't check it while I'm streaming. Okay, everything is loaded. Parking brake is off. Taxi lights are on. Flight director's on. V-speed. Actually, we'll not do that. We'll do a flight level change at... So we'll not do that yet either. Can't do that right now. Nah, it's not UPS. It's literally the alarm. The alarm just freaked out for some reason. Maybe like one of the sensors is being a bit trippy. I don't know. They're using the charts plugin. Yeah, it is down here and does come up in here, but I kind of find it just easier to bring this down. It's a bit more easy to use. You can absolutely use the charts in here via the plugin. Yeah, so Octo8 is so good, Focus E-Tech. Honestly, after a few days, you will love it, mate. Actually, you don't pay for the app. It's completely free. And I'm not affiliated in any way with these people. But that app is so good that I sent him a tip. Because it has like a tip thing where you can buy his missus a coffee, as he calls it. Buy my missus a cappuccino. It's like $5. Or buy her a latte for a 10, something like that. So... So I just sent a tip in because I thought, honestly, I'd be very happy just to pay for this app. It's so good. It gives you so much visibility on when you're using your power and how much you're using. Right, inertial separator is on. Takeoff flaps configured, landing lights are on, strobes are on. What equipment are we flying today? We've just got passengers on board. Power set. Drifting. It's coming up. Flaps coming up. Yeah, it's a turboprop. Lovely plane, this. Get wound up with the in-home display not working as the tariff is not supported. Yeah, it basically, it's very clever app actually. Like when they change the tariff rates and stuff, it recalculated. It detects the tariff change as well. It's well done. We shouldn't have to refuel Boeing because with FS Economy I configured. We loaded enough fuel at the beginning to make the 3 hops we wanted to make. So when we get there, we'll probably have to look at what route we're going to take and potentially refuel. It would be great if the... what's it called? This app here. This one. It would be fantastic if there was a way in this app that you could work out or view what the prices of fuel is at these FBOs, because you think to yourself, well, oh, it's $4 here, but it's only $3.50 here, so I'll basically fill up on fuel here before I arrive there, because I don't know what the fuel is here. I mean, I could look it up. I'd go back into FS Economy and work it out. Let me search for... So we know that the fuel is $4. Sorry, Jet A is $4. And I could say, well, what is it here? Well, over here it's like... Hello? Okay. Weird and wonderful way that this app works. $4 there as well. So yeah, it's $4 no matter what. In the plan there's a link to the FSC airport in the pop-up. Oh yeah, I see. The point is though, got a hair on my tongue. The point is, surely it can get that data and just show you at a glance. It could even recommend it. It could go, well, if you go here, the price is that much, therefore we recommend you refuel at this one. That'd be lovely. Yeah, but we're nowhere near LA. We're flying away from LA. Do you know what I didn't do? Put it in nav mode. One sec. Like your big wide body planes, it's all like the 380, for example. There isn't a particularly good 380 implementation yet, so... Do you mean, do I like flying them in the sim, or do I like them IRL? Both, why not? Because there isn't a good one in the sim. I haven't actually flown an A380 IRL, but I have stood underneath one. Like, right next to it. That was fun. Massive things. Absolutely massive. Well... I mean, what do you... Okay, so you get your A380 in your sim, right? It basically is a long-haul aircraft, so it's fine if you like flying for 8 hours at a time, 10 hours at a time, which I particularly don't do. Like, I don't want to fly 8 hours at a time, or go AFK and let my computer simulate itself. I prefer to take a smaller plane and do shorter hops and actually, you know, look at charts and do landings and things. Go on autopilot for 9 hours. You know? I haven't, Krav, no. Doesn't surprise me, though. Well, that is the question. Are you even playing the game? If you autopilot something for 9 hours, and you're not even at your computer, like you've you've taken off in the morning, gone to work, come back, turned off autopilot and landed it. Like, what did you really do? I don't know. I mean, it's up to you what you do in your sim. I'm just saying what I prefer. I kind of like, when I fly the jets and stuff, like the A320s of the world and that kind of thing, I like 90-minute hops. 90 minutes is a nice sweet spot. There's plenty to do, but it's not like too long. Right, so we need to work out a plan for getting down here. So let's see. So this thing is more or less at sea level. And we need to be about 1,400, well, let's say 2,400 feet overhead would be fine. So we can then circle to land. We're currently flying 10k, so we need to drop 7,500 feet. Basically means we need about 23 nautical miles to descend to where we want to be. So we're 83 off now. We're not going to get any kind of VNAV, I don't believe. So that says about 24-ish we'll start descending. Can't be on VATSIM in the time, not allowed either. What are you talking about? When on VATSIM you need to be present at your computer. I suppose technically you do. Realistically they can't enforce it. Like, they'll say to you, you need to be at your computer if you're on VATSIM. You can't be AFK. But there's no way of policing it other than if they try to contact you and you don't respond. This is just a whole lot of nothing around here. It really is desert. These bolt straight roads look crazy. Well, I don't know, Leanne, like, let's say you had a family emergency and you had to leave, you forgot to disconnect. You know, what are they going to do? Ban you from the network? NTNSC Capricorn, Tier 2, 103 months. I've been following longer than I've known some of my friends. Thank you very much, sir. And Robaz says, thank you for 9 months. Maxwell, thank you for 87. T-Boy with 10. Yeah, if you're on a network, then strictly speaking, you should be in charge of the aircraft at all times. But, you know, people have to take toilet breaks and stuff, especially on a long-haul flight. You can't be there all the time. But yeah, it's not right to go AFK on a network for like 4 or 5 hours at a time. Is KBLH the right destination? Let's see. We're flying to KBLH is where we're meant to be going, I think. KBLH is where we're going here. So yeah, I think it's right. What is that you think is wrong? Well, according to this, KBLH is 68 nautical away. It's just that in fact. Blythe Airport is where we're going. It's not Philly. I think you got your codes mixed up, maybe. Right, so we do come down. We're going to come down to 2,400. We are going to go for a heading of 14. Got to zoom in for this. 140 is the runway heading, I believe. Oh no, 17. My bad. 17 is the runway heading. So in essence, what I'm thinking is we'll be coming in from this direction. We'll just take a left turn, come back around, visual it straight in. Is the plan. Yeah, I think the G3000, like when this plane first came out, well, when Microsoft Flight Sim first came out, this whole G3000 had issues, shall we say, and missing capabilities, but they have definitely improved it a lot. It's not perfect, but it is pretty darn decent now. Like, I think it would be safe to say you could probably fly this on VATSIM, whereas before you couldn't. It would just not perform. Is that a lake over there? Looks like a lake. I was flying last night over, what was that? Can't remember the flight I made yesterday. And one of the waypoints in was Hi Mom. Literally, H-I-M-O-M, Hi Mom. It was just, what? Somebody's got a sense of humour. Alright, see you later, Andy lad. Your favourite one is ay ay. Ay ay. Is that in Finland by any chance? Some of the nav points are fantastic, like they really are. This is like the surface of Mars. There's just so nothing here. AB Sharp, how you doing? Right, 48 nautical. So about 5 minutes after start of descent, I think. Ayaya is Japan. Is it? I would never have guessed it Japan. I would have said Finland because of my summer car. You know where he goes, ayaya. Traffic inset. Could be useful on that side. I'm fine, Yorkshire Wolf, thank you. Yeah, doing alright, but be sharp, thank you. 38 nautical. There's no top of descent marker because I'm having to mentally calculate it, so we're going to have to keep eye on this. Apparently there's one called Quezza, which means cheese. What, this? Yeah, this is a genuine one, but it's not for this. It's for the direct drive when I have a racing wheel. You press that, it disconnects the direct drive power. So it is a genuine one, yeah. I should be able to go into live time soon, maybe on the last flight. Afternoon, night. Oh, shift change over time. Speed. We'll pull it back to about 200 knots. Do you think Pops is still stunned by the concept of metal forks? Who knows, Hannah? Yes, I have legal. It's the middle of August, I think. So yeah, we're gonna see. It really depends whether we can get together and practice and stuff as to whether we'll do it or not. I know Alex wants to do it because like he's found his love for iRacing, having not been in iRacing for a long time. He's now gone to Le Mans, and now he wants to go on iRacing. So he'll probably spend a few hours on iRacing when he gets back and then remember why he didn't like it. But that's by the by. We'll see what happens. I think it's like there somewhere. Over this ridge, maybe. Look at this terrain map, it seems to be about there-ish. Is that a solar array? Blimey. I'm sure he won't, Club Villain. There's the field. Indeed, Larry.
I wanted to tell a Zelda joke, but I didn't want to try and force it. So instead I was going to post a link but couldn't find anything good.
You see, unless you played Zelda, you wouldn't understand that. I have played Zelda, so I do get it. Thank you for the bit, Sparky. So visually, the runway center line extends roughly, looks like that edge of these panels, so that will make a nice visual cue. The beeping, that was my alarm. Going crazy. F1 Manager, nope, no interest. Apparently this year's release is basically a minor update to last year's as well, so that's not going to go down well. Oh, they're like that. They either have square fields or circular fields. This massive pillar does not help. Yeah, Larry, I've seen the Kodiaks quite cheaply. I was thinking about... I think there was one we got our eye on. I'm not sure whether to buy one or not, because the problem with the Kodiak is that you have to... Like, people have to buy it because it's not in the sim, so I don't know how well it would be flown. That was my only issue with it. Cheapest one on the market hasn't been flown since 25th of April. Exactly. It's a bit of a niche thing, isn't it? Always. Nitro. I had two career choices when I was IT that I was considering. One was in computers and one was as a pilot. I ended up doing computers. Landing lights on. Gears down, 3 green. Inertial separators on, we're all good. Should have checked the charts. I'm not really sure what we're taxiing to. Situation with Asus. Stopped working with them back in March. I'm gonna guess I'm taxiing to the end. Or vacate. Have you done the new Forest game? Yeah. So I did it a few weeks ago. I know they've added more stuff in there now. Fundamentally not changed. But they've added, I think in the big caves towards the end, they've added more stuff. So you've got a longer, more drawn out fight. I don't know, that game just is a little bit underwhelming. And the reason it's underwhelming is because once you know where the various items are, they don't change that around. So you're like, oh, well, I'll go and get the grappling hook. I know what it is now. Oh, I'll go and get the pistol. I know what that is now. All my stuff respawns every time I go back to it. So there's no sense of survival. If you build a base, it's all for nothing anyway. The whole game balance is wrong. They've got the makings of a great game, but what they've done with it isn't great. People wanted more survivability in there. They wanted more base building in there. That's what people wanted. And also, you need a more variation. You need to have to go and find things. Not, oh, I know where they are. Once you've played it. We're talking about the new Forest game. Oh, rip. One step too far. That's annoying. No, the replayability is not really there, I don't think. I think Dave did it like 3 times and got bored. Okay. Let's have a look. Ready for departure. So now we're going to be going from KBLH to KPRC with a Yavapai College student, an Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University student, a Prescott College student, and a Northern Arizona University student. Okay. Prescott Regional. That's where we're going. I think that this plane seems to like turning off the flight directors when you put a new route in. It seems to behave a lot better when you do that. Yeah, I know, right? They're basically students that are being bankrolled by mum and dad, is what they are. They can afford the private jet, you know? What's in the way? FSE screen's in the way. That's fine. I'm only doing this anyway. I was just going to have a look. Is the weather still? Yeah, southerly wind. That's fine. We're going to have to taxi all the way out there again. Departing to the south. KPRC, on the other hand, slight southerly wind. £10°, that's not very warm. I'm offline at the moment. Embry-Riddle is the best aeronautical college in the US. Wow. We can land on runway 2. Oh, we can have a go at the ILS. Runway 21 ILS. See if we can get that to work. Okay, this has got quite an elevation on it, blimey. $5,000 feet roughly, airport elevation. There should be... There's no star, but there is an approach. Maybe there's an approach with the... Let's have a look. Oops. Runway ILS 21. There is an RNAV. There's an ILS 21 which would demand vectors, so we'd have to vector ourselves in to from Crady, I think. Crady at 9,000. That was doable. We just vector ourselves to Crady, then just turn in. I think that we can do that. Approach the setup on the G3 is really nice and easy. I find it looks, it holds the glide stop with the ILS pretty well. Do you have to set the nav radio to the ILS, or does it automatically pull that in when you load the ILS? Do you know what I mean? Do you have to go to RadNav page and then put in 108.5 into the nav1 for the ILS to pick up, or will it load that automatically when you load the ILS procedure? Usually it automatically switches you over. Nice. Yeah, I think we can do this. We can just vector ourselves to Crady at 9,000, and then I presume it will follow that. Will it follow that procedure down? I don't know. Might only pick it up from Humpty. Humpty, what a great name. Yeah, we might have to go to Crady, and then when we come out of Crady, come down to 7,900 at Humpty and intercept, and then pick it up that way. ILS 21. DRK. What was DRK? I didn't see a DRK. What's DRK referring to? Sometimes it sets the ILS frequency on the standby and you have to switch it manually. Okay, we'll have to watch out for that. Right, Alex? Looks like it will pick it up from Humpty. It's there on the chart. Oh, did I miss it? Where was DRK? There it is. Ah! Drake. I see. Interesting. We'll go vectors. Sequence. Oh, it's already going to take us to Crady, look. It's going to take us Crady, then Humpty automatically. Let's load that. Not approved for GPS. GPS guidance is for monitoring only. Load approach, yeah. Oh, that's gone. That's gone now. So we better do that later then. That whole route has now disappeared because it's loaded it and activated it. If I do that. If I just activate Crady instead. There you go. Yep. So as long as we're at 9,000 feet when we get to Craddy, that's fine. I thought I clicked load. I didn't think I clicked activate. But here you go. 145 nautical. And we need to be at Craddy at, I think, 9,000 feet is the goal. So I guess we will go a fair bit higher. This, the heck was that? What are you doing? What do you mean nothing? What are you raiding? You can stay out of my... What are you eating? Seriously? You like a ferret? I forgot. I was busy flying. She's not stealing my hammer this time. She's stealing food. She's opened my food cupboard and she's helping herself is what she's doing. Wait. Get your hands out. Wait, I can see that. What do you...
Calm down, calm down.
Unbelievable. Right, yeah, so we should be good. We'll climb to 18,000, sort it out from there, I think. Let's get rid of that. Okay, right, let's start the flight. We've loaded our students. There we go, what's that done? See you, mate. We'll have to refuel at destination, though. You know what? One of my jobs for this summer is to empty the shed, right? Because it needs some repairs doing to it anyway. So I'm going to empty my shed, throw out a lot of stuff I don't need anymore, and then I want to get some nice big toolboxes I can actually organise my tools into properly. That's on the list for this summer. But that's probably... I reckon that's going to take me 2 or 3 days to do. Just because of all the repairs I need to do to the shed as well. Well, I might put locks on it. I may very well put locks on it. Yeah, I got my hammer back. One of my hammers was in the living room. I had to pull that back. The other one made its way back. Right, I have to backtrack. Was longest backtrack. You come my latest Deer Valley video, nice job. Glad you enjoyed it, sir. The next one's going to be crazy. Did you watch the end of it, by the way, that video? Do you know, like, over 50% of people that watch a video don't watch the end? Honestly. If you watch the watch time, it goes down at the start, it just comes down. By the time it gets to the end, it's on 50%. A real flying? Nope. I have not. My medical runs out at the end of this month and I need to book it in. That's on my list. I need to do that on Monday. I need to book in my medical. I've only got 20 days left. That's another 250 quid. Right, flaps down, inertial separator. Climbing left turn up to 18,000. That's power. Gears up. Flaps up, and then we want about 124. That's our best climb, I think. Oh yeah, the TBM is such a capable plane. It really is. It's so quick. Right, we'll click on flight level change, kick in the autopilot, let it do its thing. Oh yeah, I think the plane's working legally. I've not seen many people book to fly it though, so I'm not really sure if everybody's waiting for everybody else to have a go and check it's okay. Looking forward to getting your hands on simulator. Now that my train driving will improve. Yeah, the good thing about Derail Valley Sim, which I will cover in another video, is the whole way that you manage saves now is completely changed. Like before, in Derail Valley Overhauled, you had one save and a backup, and it would overwrite the backup every 5 or 10 minutes. And if you wanted to load from it, you'd have to close the game, find the folder, copy the file, start the game. Now, you can have multiple profiles, so you can have one profile where you're playing it in sandbox mode or something, another profile where you're playing it in hardcore mode, and then within each profile you can have multiple saves. You can save as often as you want, name the saves, you know what I mean? It's just a world apart. You can just scroll through the list and load the save that you want to play. It's brilliant. Alien Dawn. Mr. Simcopter, dude, I was only in your stream lurking the other day. How you doing? Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, guys. Can we give Simcopter a nutty welcome and all his viewers? And mods, can we give him a shout out, please? I hope you're well, my friend. What time is it for you? Oh my god. So you're going to bed at what, 7:30 AM or something? Jeez. Well, Captain Flint, it was just a matter of getting round to it, I think. It's going to help the missus with the kids. What, after streaming through the night? Oh, your wife's sick. Uh-oh. Well, we wish her all the best. So you've been streaming through the night, and now you're going to look after the kids because she's sick. Dude, you're going to need some coffee. Hope everything's well with you, sir. We're just doing some flying. Let me just double check this thing's actually following the nav. Yes, it is. Right, those lights can come off. Inertial separator can come off now. I fancy flying to Ibiza later. Hey, I've got aircon in my room. I don't need a hot tub. Senator, do you find yourself getting into your hot tub without heating it up so it's actually cold water? Just to cool off? Yeah, thanks, Sim. This farmland. Oh, I see. There's like a river running through here. That's why. That makes sense. Arable farmland. And then desert. Isn't it crazy? Like, it's bone dry over here. It's bone dry over there. But where the river flows, that's where all the farming is. Geography, eh? $20°C. That still feels quite warm, but I guess, yeah. I don't think I'd bother heating it, Senator. Like, if the outside temperature is what? I mean, it's 27°C outside right now. You can't really cool it, can you? Or can you? So we need to be 9,000 at Craddy. And we're going to be going 18. So we need to be 27 nautical to start our descent. We've got about half an hour. Humpty is such a faff. Look at that. To be honest, we could probably go higher. Let's go 24. Let's get some ground speed going. I've actually got a tailwind as well, which is nice. I wonder if... The ILS was 108.5. What's the nav? Forgot how you do this. Where's the nav? Navcom. That's showing me com, but wasn't it? How do you flick to nav? Com frequency push 1 to 2 hold. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. 108.5. It's already loaded it. has indeed already loaded it. Leave that on for later. Is that landing us on 2 on left or 2 on right? So yeah, it did actually load it itself, which is nice. 2 on left. .208 degrees. There's the runway we just landed at. Just shows you what the visibility is like. Bonkers. We'll have to start descending when we get 45 nautical away. I can't believe this weather. 27 Celsius outside. It's mad. Right, so the back battery is now full. The front battery is charging but nearly full. Yikes. So the front solar... I'll show you this, can't I? The front solar has generated 30 kilowatt hours, and it's what, 2 o'clock? 30 kilowatt hours is chucked out. Back one's chucking out 10, but you can see the back one's ramped up now. So they're roughly split front and back as the sun's kind of coming over the top like that. Yeah? So it comes up in the east, so the front solar gets it, and then it gets to midday or around now, and it's a fairly even split, but the tendency is on the back, and as it goes off to the west, this one will come down and this one will go up. But you can see that 10 kilowatt hour battery is full. That is 90% full on the 15. So there's more or less 25 kilowatt hours of power right in those batteries right now, and then the car is taking 3 kilowatts. But once that fills up, that 3 kilowatts will then go into the car, so we'll be charging the car at nearly 7 kilowatts at that point, which is just mad. But yeah, this is the worrying thing, the loft temperature. Like, it's getting pretty warm. Funnily enough, though, I think the panels help to reduce the temperature in the loft, because what would happen before is the sun would hit the tiles, which are quite a dark grey colour, and it would just soak up all the heat and give it to the loft, whereas now the panels are sat on top of that, so they kind of take the heat barrage, and the tiles underneath don't tend to get as hot now. So I think that helps a little bit. This is 1460 watt, your computer. No, I can tell you what my computer's taking because I have a plug. Hang on. I have a plug in the office. There it is. perhaps show you on this one here. So excluding the monitors, this is just the PC. Just the PC. 478 watts is what my PC is drawing right now. Which, given the power that the computer takes, it's tracked the power draw on the PC through the year. And it reckons that PC would cost me, what's that, £777 a year to run? Just think about that for a second. Yeah? It's worked out that my PC takes about 1,800 kilowatt hours of power through the year. And if I was paying, bear in mind I've put the peak rate, if I was paying 41 pence, which is my peak rate, that would take £700. If I drop that down to an average rate of about 34 people are paying, that's probably going to come back to about 500 quid. Right, so just think about that. On a normal electric rate, my computer doing what I do, £500 a year on electric for that PC alone. That doesn't include the lights, the monitors, etc. I put that plug on there just to basically... Yeah, but hang on. You maybe missed it earlier. 41 pence per kilowatt hour is what I pay in the day because I pay 7.5. I pay 7.5 pence for 6 hours and then 41 pence for 18 hours. Yeah? I'm on a different rate to most people. And most people will be on a flat rate of about 30 something pence. But even then, that's still going to cost you 500 quid a year just to power that computer. And that's a 3090 in there with a Ryzen 5950. If you was to put Intel 13th gen and a 4090 in there, imagine what your power draw is going to be. It's not insignificant, the power of a computer these days. Not at all. Especially if you use it as much as I do. Yeah, well in America your power's completely different. In the UK it's a lot more expensive now. It's gone out of control because there's a whole set of reasons why, but the UK is now dependent on gas for its power generation. And the price of gas went through the roof. The UK is currently building nuclear power plants and more solar and more wind and will wean itself off gas in the next few years. But right now our electricity is stupidly expensive. But I know, no, it's not entirely down to Brexit because the prices across Europe are the same. They're not that different to what the UK is paying. Like Germany's heavily dependent on gas as well. It's trying to wean itself off. It's not a Brexit thing, this one. It's because of a war, a certain war that pushed the price of gas up, and an over-dependency on gas is what has happened. And Europe's now realised it was overly dependent on gas, so it's taking action to fix the problem, but it takes years to fix, you know. But anyway, our power is a lot more expensive in Europe than it is in the US right now. That's the bottom line. My friend who lives in Boston, I know what he pays for his electric, and he uses even more than I do. If he was over here, he'd be spending thousands of pounds every year on electricity. The main screen's in the plane frozen. Well, let's hope not. Nope, definitely moving, look. But just very stable. Got a 30 knot tailwind, that's quite nice. Doing a ground speed of 337 knots. Beautiful. 78 nautical to Craddy. We're 49, we'll descend down to 9k. We'll punch that in now so we don't forget. My computer is not on 24/7. I used to leave my computer on 24/7 years ago, but not anymore. It was easier to leave it on than keep turning it on and off. But those days are gone. My machine is shut down every night now. How you finding the battery range of the Tesla? Yeah, absolutely. yeah, the range on the Tesla is better in summer than winter, 100%. You know, batteries don't like being cold, so the capacity of the batteries is less in winter, and in summer when the roads are warm and etc., they just go further, and warm air is less dense as well. So all those things contribute to a bigger range in summer. I don't heat my home with electricity. No, I use gas. I have a gas boiler for heating. Heat pumps are one of those things that I don't know. I'm not going to go heat pump. I don't have a hot water tank. If I did, I could use that. I could heat a hot water tank easily in summer. But in winter, you know, you'd be buying electricity through the day to heat it, so it's kind of pointless. But yeah, I mean, heat pumps are quite big as well. And, you know, I've watched videos on them. They're pretty efficient. But I'm not so sure they're for me. I think I'm okay to stick on gas in that regard for now. You'd like to ask for help? I get an error 2000, so no video or audio, but it only happens on my channel. Symbol plays. I guess I can't help you because you can't hear me or see me, but maybe somebody in chat can. I would recommend he tries a different browser. That would be my first obvious gambit is, does this do the same thing on a different browser? And then I'd be looking to clear my cache and things like that. $63. Fans can get noisy. I mean, you say that, but a heat pump is just a giant version of what I have on the roof, which is an inverter. And that thing's silent, and I've had that for 13 years that has been running. 13 years, and it's still silent. Can't hear it on the outside. You can hear a hum, but that's about it. Loving the Duo Valley vid's been playing for 2 years. Can't wait for the sim release. Yeah, it's a pretty big step change, that's for sure. RB School, thank you for 39 months. Oh, sorry, Sensum, I missed your 65-month resub. Thank you very much. Zugoku, thanks for 31, by the way. D-Dutch with 51, I'm going to sneeze again. I can't remember if I had my hay fever tablet this morning. I think I did. Community hot water is the way to go. The industry heats up my water. Do you know what? Communist Russia used to have that. Do you remember? You see all those pipes flowing around the cities. Community hot water powered by industry. It was terrible. You know why it was terrible? If you lived near the industry, you got hot water. If you lived further away, your water temperature was way less because it lost heat as it went through everybody's buildings. And so if you lived at the end of the line, the water was barely hot. And if you lived at the start, you was opening the windows because it was too hot. They didn't have TRVs back then. Also, the heat loss on the pipes along the way is terrible. Right, 50 nautical, we'll start descending. District heating. What job were you doing if you didn't start YouTube streaming? The one I did before it? IT? Software development, basically. System design. You're 5k away from it, the temperature around 80 degrees, everything underground, modern steam systems are great. 80 Celsius, is that 80 Celsius or 80 Fahrenheit, by the way? I don't know, might check. Don't know, mate. I'd like to, but flying's pretty expensive. Kind of hoping the price of aviation fuel would come down and make it doable again. But we'll see. Imagine if you could make your own fuel. You see, that's Zinthouse. Ultimately, that's why I got an electric car. Because one of the things I realised was, hang on a minute, there's no way I can ever make gasoline. No way. Impossible. Well, not impossible, just never going to happen. But I can make electricity. And if I have a car that's powered by that, I can actually make my own fuel. So if I combine lots of solar panels with batteries and overnight charging, etc., I can save a lot of money on fuel. And that's exactly what I've done. Oh, Rexy, it's aviation's crazy how many different licenses you can get. It's bonkers. There's Humpty. Interesting how it appears to have us turning onto Humpty. What the heck? That ain't gonna work. Humpty needs to be at 7,900. I don't think we're gonna get down to 7,900 easily. Let's increase our V speed a bit. Can't do 1,000 kilometers in one day. What, in an EV? What makes you say that? Yeah, Zinthouse is right. It's all about the infrastructure, which is why it's quite interesting that Tesla signed a deal with GM this week and signed a deal with Ford last week. So now Ford and GMs are going to be fitted with the same charging network as Tesla, and they can all use Tesla's network. Meanwhile, Tesla gets access to like $7 billion in funding, can build more chargers. Like, for EVs, it's the last 2 weeks has been... Yeah, it's a step change, that. Because, you're right, the charging infrastructure is what matters. And now you've got Ford, GM and Tesla all on the same hymn sheet. And they're all going to start building chargers that are all interoperable. So everybody's going to be able to charge off each other's networks. And that is what it needed. It's like the USB of the charging world. Vina's not happy with your sync rate. Yeah, it wants me to go a lot lower, doesn't it? Higher than I want to be. I think I'll just slow down. I wasn't planning on it not going to Craddy directly. It's taken a shortcut at Humpty, which I didn't basically allow for. Get it back on track. It's coming back up. wants us to be like down here somewhere. EVs are not really feasible for anything larger than a scooter. What does that mean? They can miniaturize batteries. No. You can't miniaturize a battery. It's all about energy density. The batteries are the size they are because of the energy we need them to have, and the density they currently have dictates the size of the battery. You can't just shrink a battery. It's not how it works. Price is still too high. Yeah, the batteries are the cost. The batteries are still a cost. I mean, hybrid is still cheaper. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. You got to understand that you're in the middle of a change, and it is going to take about a decade probably to make the shift. But it's happening, and it will continue to happen. But, you know, we need more chargers. There's no doubt about it. I think if it looks like we're going to miss our profile, we'll just extend out a little bit and then come back onto Humpty, I think. Yeah, exactly, Senator. The benefit in kind is like 1%. It's ridiculous how much cheaper it is. I don't know, KH. I just can't see hydrogen making it personally. There's so many issues with hydrogen. The energy density is only one of them. The manufacturer has to be on site. Like, I'm not saying it won't. I'm not saying, you know, it may be the solution for trucks and things. Who knows? But for cars, I don't think it will be. I'm just going to go heading mode and not make that turn. Oh yeah, send it some. They'll slowly ramp it back up. Don't you worry about that. They will start low and I mean, company car tax used to be like 5%, and it was based on engine size, and it gradually changed to emissions, and then it just got ramped up to 37% to reduce toxic air and stuff. But what are they going to do with electric cars? They can't tell you, oh, we're ramping up your tax to keep our air cleaner. They'll just find a different excuse to charge you. No. Long-range hybrids are not the future, George B. Burning stuff is not the future. We don't need to burn stuff. Our technology is advanced enough that we can generate power without digging things out the ground and burning it. We don't need to do that. Whether we do it via a hybrid or not, we don't need to do it. Yeah, we can do other things now. Yeah, nuclear cars. No, thank you. Found the localizer. Glide slope is coming down. I don't think so, Rexy. I think it's an awful lot of FUD about electric vehicles, and that will never stop. Okay, runway's in sight, just waiting for it to pick up the glide slope. Elastic wind-up cars, yeah. That's the future. The trouble is, who's going to wind them up? Right, we are on glide slope by the look of it. Initial separators back on, lights are on. Flaps one at the moment. I mean, I don't think it does, Pep. I think battery technology is good enough, but obviously when it does take a next step and increase density, then you're going to have... I mean, imagine where you've got an electric car where energy density moves on in a few years, right? And you've got an electric car and you can plug it in and it'll do 1,000 miles. At that point, even your gasoline car looks like a bad idea. Hang on a minute, I can do 1,000 miles on this. Because that's where it will get to. Like, the energy density of gasoline is never changing. It is what it is. But the energy density of a battery is constantly being improved. Top of the screen, so it tells you where we're flying. People drive it in Canada as well, Pep. There are plenty of YouTube videos of people who own Teslas in Canada, in Finland, in Norway. Look at Norway, right? Norway gets extremely cold, and their adoption of EV is unprecedented. They've thrown everything at EVs. They've got chargers everywhere. EV batteries, I don't know how long they last. They usually outlast the cars, and then at the end of life they get crushed. Because inside a battery, an electric battery is essentially a concentration of rare earth metals. And what they do is they crush it down and take all those metals back out and make batteries with them. That is an entire industry unto itself now. Sky cars. You really want flying cars? Just think about the average driver on the road. Do you really want that person in charge of a car that's flying? Right. Have control. Yeah, you can use, exactly, you can use, even when a battery's finished in a car, you can technically use it in your house, charge stuff up.
Fifty, 40, 30, 20. Retard, retard, retard.
Don't even need the brakes. This runway's massive. I guess we go off to the right. Park up over there, I think. Try and put that in the right place this time. Lovely. That's another flight done. Let's have a look. That's now on 24% fuel, 71 gallons left. Let's have a look at the logs. So, what have we done? Earnings 3,000, 3,800, 1,500. Not too bad. $400 pilot fee. I made a few squid. Bank balance is looking a little bit healthier. Okay, let's see where we can go now. So, route finder. So we are at KPRC, aren't we? We go to here. KPRC. And trying to get down to... Where's Dallas? There's Dallas. We're a bit closer now. Definitely heading towards Dallas. 6,200 per hour. I think that's got a nasty little... What is that? Are you serious? 11 nautical mile hop. Ugh. That's a more direct approach. Got a short up at the end though. So that will almost get us to where we're trying to get to. Blimey. Okay, so the highest paying one is that, but I don't like it because it has that stupid little hop in it. That one's a better bet, but that has a 67 nautical hop, which isn't so bad. That would net us 19,000 in total, 800 nautical miles. 3 hours to fly. It's 2:15. How long is the first hop? First hop's pretty small. So we will... 166 gallons of fuel needed. What? Again? Why does it keep asking me to log in all the time? Invalid parameter. Stupid thing. Right, fly for Air Squirrel. Confirmed. Start this on Volanta. KPRC. Prescott. Destination is... Phoenix Goodyear. Apparently. KGYR is Phoenix Goodyear. Right, we definitely need to load up on fuel. There's 166 gallons we need. We have 71. So we're going to need 240 in total-ish. It's a big suburb of Phoenix, lots of pilot training there. Okay, so KPRC, KGYR. Let's bring up Navigraph again. I'm not on a server, technically. Right, still favouring the same. That's fine, because we're taking off south anyway. We'll just go straight out and figure it out, I think. Need to get going. KPRC, airports, KGYR. The weather down there is completely still. So I don't have to worry about that. We can land anywhere we like. There's an RNAV into runway 3 we could take. So if we head to Tattoo, however you say that. Sorry. My bad. Whoops. You missed all of that. Rip. Yeah, there's an RNAV into runway 3 if we head here. Tattoo. Which I don't know if it'll do. There you go. RNAV GPS 03. Vectors. That one there. If we take that as our fix. I'm going to load that, but not activate it. So we'll go direct to Tattoo. 4,000 feet we need to be there. Current elevation was... 5,000 feet. Okay. You would have kept it there, lol. Right. So we can just basically taxi down this way. Turn around, punch it out. Job's a good one. The flight plan's in Volanta. We're going to have to bring... If we start flighting here, we should see our fuel jump. There you go. So the fuel just suddenly jumped. It got refueled by FSE. It's 74 nautical, so it's not far. We need to get down to 4,000. We'll just go to 10. We'll fly out to 10k. That'll be enough. Are you not flying, pups? Are you not earning some money for Air Squirrel? You're modding? Well, that's never stopped anyone. Oh yeah, I forgot you had a busy morning outside changing brake discs or something. What was you doing? Pups waits until there's like 25 Celsius outside and then goes out and starts doing car stuff. A wheel bearing. This taxiway, like, the slope just falls off quite a bit around here. It's bonkers. Then we'll just go off out of here. Takeoff flaps set, landing lights are on. Inertial step is on. Power is set. Quite a bit heavier now. Gears coming up. Why is my sat-nav gone a bit bonkers? I don't know why the line's extended out behind us. That's a bit weird. What's a high elevation? Wait, where's it going? Crazy things then. Skylines 2 is something I'm looking forward to, yeah. I really enjoyed Skylines 1. The airport you're at maybe is not superb, but still. About 5,000 feet, wasn't it? Yeah, you get a bit of... the air density's less, so you do get that. And it's quite a warm day, I think. Oh no, 9 Celsius apparently. It's not that cold. I don't know when Skylines 2 comes out. I would have thought maybe, I don't know, October maybe? Something like that. I would imagine as you go towards the Christmas gaming period, which is generally October, November, that's when all the releases come out, isn't it? But yeah, they've probably got it all mapped out like Skylines. Here's the game, and then here's a load of DLC that make the game how it should have been when it was released. Oh, we've added this industry, and we've added that industry, and we've added day-night cycles. Wait, couldn't you just put that in the base game? Oh no. No, we have to build that as DLC. That's the name of the game these days. Release something and then add to it and get more money. It's a bit like going buying a car, isn't it? Well, here's the price of the car, sir. Oh, you would like air conditioning. Well, you want to get that on this spec, sir. What time is it? 2:30. So 4,000 is our initial. Audi and Mercedes. Well, BMW tried to charge, if I remember correctly, BMW tried to charge a subscription to use the heated seats. That was one of the tricks they tried. So they sell all the cars with heated seats, but then you need a subscription to activate them. That was one trick, which kind of blew up in the face a little bit. Most of the German car manufacturers have a lot of configurable options on their cars. Like, a lot. Mercedes and Porsche, I think, are the biggest for that. Porsche especially. To the point where, like, no two cars on the road is the same because there are so many different variables. Your wife and I are specking out a Porsche and the options are legit insane. Yes. If you've ever been to a Porsche website to configure a car, it's mind-blowing. It really is mind-blowing. Even just something simple like what you want your seats to be made out of. Fabric, leather, fake leather. Okay, what colours would you like? Yeah, do you want stitching in different colours? They can do that as well. Red stitching, blue stitching, grey stitching. It's bonkers. And all these different things just put the price up. And you never get that value back. That's the point. Like, all the things that you add to the car, they never lead to a car that's worth more at the end when you actually go to sell it. The options are lost. Why are all these waypoints dancing around? That's so weird. $4,000. We're straight in on 03. Elevation's roughly 1,000 feet, so we're going to lose 3,000 from Tattoo. Get off at Alpha 4 or something. Transient parking is at the end. Hangars down here. As a focus the rest of the trip, assuming live weather. Well, I'm on live weather, but not live time. But when we come back after, I'll be on live time, because it was dark when I, in America when I started flying. Luckily you don't have a problem of having to configure a port. I know, it's like, it's a first world problem, isn't it? Oh, I need to stop not slammer posting that competition thing. Ugh. Hang on. Do that while we've got a minute, hopefully. I just need to find it, pups. Right, I've turned that group off, so it shouldn't do it anymore, pups. Right, so we're at 10, we need to lose 6. I think. Yeah. Are we going to New York? No. We're heading towards Dallas at the moment. We're going to rehome this aircraft in Dallas is the plan. We'll do this leg and then we'll take a break and then I'll finish off moving it over towards Dallas and rehome it. I need to look where the other aircraft are as well because I need to get one of them over to Chicago. Could in theory fly this north of Chicago, but I should have done that in the first place. And then I'll see what else we've got. Let's see how they're all spread. You're flying 208 Sierra Quebec back to its home, Larry. Nice. That's the Caravan, isn't it? Is that the Caravan? Or is that TBM? 208 is Caravan, yeah. KPDX, which I believe is Portland. Yes, the one I'm in is currently housed at Phoenix, but I'm going to change that. One's homed at KSNA. One's homed at Portland. Another one is Harrisburg. Where's Harrisburg? And the last one is at LaGuardia. Those two are candidates to get moved, I think. I did not see any resub for you, McBone, no. Wendy, thank you for 16 months, by the way. And RB, thanks for 39. No, I didn't see any resub. Oh, yes, an hour ago, McBone. 114 months. My apologies. You did indeed resub an hour ago. Thank you. I missed that. That's my bad. Thank you for 114 months, McBone. 36 away. We need to descend when we are 18. Any thoughts on starting Railway Empire 2? I don't think so. I think there's other things I might play. I don't know. I've not said no, but the reviews of it seem to be this is Railway Empire 1.1. That's the reviews. I don't know how true that is. 865 is miles away from where it should be. But it's home's LaGuardia, and it's currently in Nashville. Nashville? Blimey. That's been moved a fair bit. Ty, how you doing? You here once again in time for the break? Every time, dude, every time. Have you run out of tea bags yet? Are you going to go to the Flight Sim show, Ty? Bacon and egg and cheese. Oh, nice. Yeah, that doesn't sound rubbish at all. No, I'm not going either. Too expensive for a kickoff. Didn't have time. We might have to vector ourselves onto 03 a little bit. I might sort of deviate off. Let's think about this. Might take a branch and loop back. Do it that way. All the cheese. I'd say thank you for introducing me to Yorkshire Tea Gold. Noise. Armin, thanks 35 months. But yeah, have you run out of tea bags, Ty? That's the main question. Have you burned through that bag of tea bags? Is it like 1,000 I sent you? I can't remember. Probably 50 left. Wow. How old are they? They must be getting on a bit. $2019. Oh man. I need to send you some fresh ones. They're not meant to be consumed 4 years later. Put my order at the end of summer. Curious if the Yorkshire tea here is the same. In theory it should be, but yeah, I don't know. Like, can you buy it over there now? Can you buy Yorkshire tea in the States? You can find just 9,800. Yeah, well, it's not big enough for bulk yet, is it? Because, I mean, like, the 800 bags are more or less meant for catering. Or for me. $240, $17. I mean, that's not terrible. This thing can actually put itself in a hold now. Nice. Look at that. If I keep on to Tat, will it just do that teardrop and come back on itself, I wonder? Or is that only if you put it into the hold? Should do that. Let's find out. It kind of looks like it's planning to do it. I guess as it's coming out of this, we just arm the approach and it'll just have it straight down, potentially. I don't know. Kind of curious. Let's see what it does. Wait owners to secret owners or fly a lap in the hold. That's what I was looking for down here, was like, I can see that you can edit the hold, but I can't find a way of activating the hold? Like, where do you do that? If you had to stay in a hold here, how would you do it? I would expect to click on that and say, you know, activate hold. Does it activate leg to waypoint? But there's no activate hold option. Maybe I have to be there for it to work. Maybe we can visual it. I'm just messing about. I think you have to do it the other way around. It holds until you tell it to continue. So it's going to automatically put me in the hold. So then I will, once we're in that part of it, will I then say exit the hold somehow? Or just go direct to the next waypoint, which is Rupoi. Just click on that and say go. What are you reading that, Dice on the Soul? What does it say? It says hold at Tati. Click on the whole waypoint. Can you delete it? Well, you can remove waypoint. Oh, this one. So, okay. So maybe if we just delete, like, let it get into here, begin its turn, and then delete that hold point there, and it may just carry on. Maybe. Let's find out. Be a good test. I think it just said going into teardrop then. Yeah, there you go. It's going into the hold. There you go. So I guess we just let it do its loop, and then either we delete that node or tell it to go direct to the next one. Usually delete the whole waypoint prior to going active. Interesting. What does it do then? Does it normally fly that loop? Because if you delete that hold, presumably it won't do that bit. I was thinking wait till it's coming around and then delete it. Mattman, thank you for 80 months, sir. There's Rupoi, that's the next waypoint. So we can either go direct to Wupoi or click on this. Oh, there's remove hold now, look. That's become available. We'll try that. If we do a remove hold, in theory it should go on to Rupoi, shouldn't it? The hole that it's depicting as the mist. It's teardropping us into the hold. That's what it's doing. I think. If I click this now and remove hold, I'm hoping it'll go to Rupoi. Let's find out. Click that. Remove hold. Removing hold pattern. Okay. Now it's going to Rupoy, which is the initial approach fix. So yeah, it basically did it. It did what you expected it to do. There's the glide slope. Garmin has an awful user experience. Lol. What I can't work out is this. We exited the hole at Tat, whatever it's called, Tat. And then it then said we're going direct to Rupoy, but what's this? I think we could have deleted that and it would have taken this track here, I think. But it's like still drawing what it could have done, as opposed to right now it should be just going in a straight line. It's weird. Right, it's looking for the glide path. Yeah, I think if I'd have deleted that hold earlier, it would have cut the corner, I think. That's how I read it. I don't know. I don't know if it's the mist or just the hole pattern. I don't know. Right, it's got the glide. Yeah, pep. I understand that now. It's interesting to see what it did, though. What I just don't think is right. I think that's wrong. I think it should be showing a line here right now. Scotch Japan, thank you for 2 years. Right, 3 greens, landing lights, inertial separators on. Full flaps. I've got a bit of a right to left wind, but it's not really put us on centre line, is it? Weirdly. I think I remember we need to taxi to near the end anyway. Keep it rolling. You can play it in VR, I believe. DCS is pretty good for VR. Oh, look. Look who's waiting for us. Is that a scenery error in front of us? That certainly looks like one. We are done. Fuel off. Nicely timed, wasn't it, eh? Beautifully timed. We have a look at the browser, my flight. Cool. So next thing, we've got to pick up one passenger who's going to pay $900. There you go. Earnings 2,800 for that. Oh, Larry's flying. Lovely. Right. That's it. I shall be back in an hour's time. I'm going to go and get some food. Who had just resubbed? USMC Vet, thank you for 69 months. Mr. Kenko, I apologise. I missed your 66-month sub. I think I was landing at the time, Kenko. I did, however, see you secretly baking, mixing up, what was it, chocolate and flour in a bowl. Very nice kitchen, by the way. Brownies. Did you burn them? Normally Mrs. Squirrel burns the brownies when she makes them. Sounds like you did better. Thank you very much for watching, guys. I'll be back in an hour. Just going to get some food and probably watch the bit of the Le Mans or something. But yeah, I shall see you in an hour. We'll carry on flying. We'll get this thing over to Dallas and then do some more stuff. That's it for me. Bye for now. Right, I was just looking on here. We are heading to NM69. Let's put that in. You'll have to wait till tomorrow to find out what's actually at the end of the highlights. Could I repair to Surrey, Quebec? 1 second. Yikes. God, how much is it going to cost? Aircraft repair for under $5,000. What a bargain. What an absolute bargain that is. Done. Fixed. Right, let's have a look on Navigraph. What's going on? Let's load that. KGYR. Variable at 3 knots. So it really doesn't matter where we go from. We're heading east, aren't we, I think? Yeah, we're heading east, so I guess pretty much wait a minute. 03 is where we want to go from. The POTA 3 obstacle RNAV departure. Blimey. The Catman 6. I like that. The Catman 6 departure. Flight level 180 over there. Whoa, we're going quite high by the look of it. Procedure. Of course, it's broken my... Oh, the aircraft's been reset on me, scumbag. BFD. Why is it when I load the Catman 6 departure, it suddenly, like, completely cuts this off? What is going on? Cabin is pressurized, yeah. Need to put the oxygen on. Cabin is pressurized by some stuff down here. Cabin on. Pressurization auto. So that'll deal with it basically. Very difficult on a controller. Chaos. It's not too bad. You need to adjust your sensitivities, put an S curve on it. Kevin, thank you for resubbing for 50 months. Carl Downs, thank you for 73. Lovely, that'll do. That will do us. Let's set altitude. We'll go up to 20, flight level 210, 220. Let's go 22. No, let's go 21. Right, 210. Set runway heading initially. Just so we got all that punched in. Set the V speed. 1200. Okay. Should more or less be ready to go. What was the cutoff altitude for unpressurized cabin aircraft again? It's about 9,000. Well, 9,000 feet is when most people start to experience the effects of hypoxia. 12,000 and you're at risk. So it's around that bracket. But it varies from person to person as well. Jack Sims, thank you for 102 months. What's a plane? Dude, when was the last time you actually went in a plane? Well, apart from, you know, Euro hopping, I mean like a general aviation plane. Traffic, weather. April 2019? Whoa. That's extraordinary. I'm trying to remember how I got the... That's it. There you go. It's pretty handy to have that. Right, let's get out of here, shall we? Right, FSC, start flight. Flight is started, fuel is loaded, initial separator is on. Parking brake off, taxi light on. I would advise that guy to move, but I can't. I think if he was a passenger with the mate in the summer that year, but parting man haven't flown for years. You certainly need a refresher course. Watch yourself, sir. I've not been to Mallorca for years over. Dogs not enjoying the heat. Ours aren't too bad. They're sat outside in the shade mostly. It's like 27. That's when it gets in the 30s. That's when it gets a bit much for them, I think. But the hair is not very long. They've had a trim not that long ago. Trying to get your C1 sorted first, so you can get more money to fly. No, I mean what you're doing is eminently sensible. Takeoff flaps are set, altitude set, barrels are set. Yeah, I've been in Mallorca when it was 44 and that was not pleasant. That was a heat wave. Let's put it this way, Irvine, it was so hot that the Spanish waiters started to undo their top button and loosen their tie slightly. That's how hot it got. Mr. Ryback, thank you very much, sir, for a tier 3, 106 months. Those Spanish waiters are pretty hardy people. They're used to that weather, and even they thought it was too hot. Yeah, I was in Portugal last year. We stopped in Porto and Vigo. Sorry, Porto and Lisbon. Vigo was not in Portugal. And yeah, it was good. It was very hot, but absolutely great. Right, landing lights, flaps down. Inertial separator is on. Don't need anti-ice. Runway heading, climbing out, 100 knots. Right turn. Power set. Gears coming up. Flaps. How can your lights still work on the honeycomb? That stopped working for me the month to use. Which lighting do you mean exactly? Do you mean the red light behind here? Where British man who complains about it in temperature-wise. It's not just the temperature we complain about, let's face it. Yeah, the UK is not really built for hot weather, but then the UK is not built for cold weather either. The UK is built for temperate weather. There's something I forgot to do. I don't think we get, like, it depends where you live in the UK as to how much rain you get. Red ahead, thank you, 15 months. Would it be worth leasing some of the 172s? They aren't being flown at all that much. What, leasing them to who? I think the reason they're not sold that much, they're not flown that much, Larry, is because you can't really carry very much. Like, FSE is based around what you can carry. 172s don't carry very much. Everybody wants to fly the caravans. Beginners do, yeah. And Peasy, thank you for 62 months. Maybe just sell them, Larry. Maybe that's the way to go. Right, where are we going? Take it we don't know anything about NM69 then. Considering it's not even in here. What's that pinging noise? Do you think I should buy an electric car? I don't know what car to get. I have no idea about your situation, dude. How can I advise you on that? Landing lights off. So we have no information about where we're going, NM69, at all. Not in Navigraph anyway. Can I get any information from FS Economy? FS Economy says elevation 5,799 concrete. We'll just go to VR4 our way in. So I guess we'll come down to 7,800. And then just VFR our way in. Duckspeak, thank you for 1.5 years, by the way. What is that? Is that like a treatment plant or something? It's a weird shape. Like, why would you make it deliberately round like that at both ends? That's amazing. You've got like a housing estate right next to circular farms. I just love the way the whole city just ends like that in a line. Like, nothing in the UK is structured like this. Our cities don't just end in a box like that. They're always, like, random. But here you just get this distinct line. This is where there are houses. This is where there aren't. Looks like we're flying over 34 AZ airfield, if you can figure out where that is. If Valanta can tell us where we are. We are over Chandler. We're in Phoenix. We're on the southeast part of Phoenix. Is where we are. In a district called Chandler. Yeah, so, you know, like the way you do it is differently. That zoning creates that kind of almost like city skylines where you buy zonal bounding boxes, you know what I mean? And then you're building them. To be honest, we could probably go higher. It's quite a longer leg, this one. Let's go to flight level 240. Nevada is 95% owned by the federal government. Wow. And they don't sell the land, presumably. Like, if you wanted to buy land, would you have to buy it from the Fed? Nevada's mostly military testing grounds, yeah. According to AirNav, NM69 is in New Mexico, 5,800 feet elevation. It has runway 16 and 34. 1,000 meters long, roughly. Traffic pattern right, 16 left for 34. I think we try for 34 left. Try and do like a left base into 34. I've got a feeling I've been here before, you know. GA pilots can land in the Bureau of Land Management's own land as long as they don't damage it, but national parks, military-owned parts are a no-go. Kingpin, I'm just going to pretend that you never said that and we'll move on. Maybe you're just trying to be edgy or get noticed, but this is not the channel for that. It's not cool, it's not funny, and it's not respectful either, so let's not. Let's go standard pressure.
Paul, it was Wild Horse Pass Motorsports Park.
What was? Onamichi. What was? Oh, the weird shape thing. Oh, you look like a water feature. Yeah, I watched a lot of Yellow Flag during the break, Firefighter. I watched a lot of cars drive around slowly under a yellow flag for 40 minutes. Exciting start to the mall, wasn't it? So yeah, that's Phoenix, basically. To be fair, the yellow flag was caused by, like, a guy came out of the chicane, like the second chicane, and he put the power down. The track is like blocks of wetness still. It's mostly dry, but it has little patches of damp. And one of his, I think it was his back left wheel, just gave, and it just turned the car, put him straight in the wall. Smashed all the front end of the car off. The left front was literally, instead of being like that, was pointing that way. And somehow he drove the car all the way back to the pit lane with a wheel pointing that way. But left bits of debris all over the track, so they had to yellow flag the whole track and go around and clean it all up. And that's basically the start of Le Mans this year. Once you start flying for Squirrel, there are any levers which you can use for the planes. Go to squirrel.tv, Vine. Go to squirrel.tv, let me show you. You go to squirrel.tv, you click on links, and then you come down to games, and then you've got download Squirrel Microsoft Flight Sim liveries, and you click that. That will download you a livery for the TBM, the Caravan, and something else I can't remember. That's it, the King Air 350. So let's plan for runway 34. Plug that up for now, just so we don't forget. And you basically take those and you go to the community folder of Microsoft Flight Sim and you drop the folders in there. And when you start the sim, you choose like your TBM and you'll have liveries and you'll see it. quite straightforward, really. But I think we have a really nice livery with this. It's our Squirrel one. It's pretty cool. I like the chrome flash. Right, almost leveled out. Let me get some ground speed going. Currently doing 260 ground speed. TBM is more your plane of choice on Earth. I ain't played on Earth for years. My subscription to that ran out in September 21. What state is it in these days? It's a subscription that puts me off, you know? It's like €10 a month or something. Cruise now. Ground speed's picking up. So we will be wanting to come down to 5,800. Like, I think if you sign up for a year, it's half price. But I ain't signing up for a year because I don't know if I want to play that long. Last time I played it, I remember having to do... I remember to get a license for a plane, I had to prove I could fly it. So I had to get in the plane, and the system was monitoring me and said, oh, climb to this, turn right, do this, go down, make sure you got your landing lights on, make sure you got your taxi lights on, like... And then it gave me a license to fly the Cessna or something, or a TBM, I can't remember. But I remember you had to do license checks. In on Earth. But I am curious as to what state it's in these days. Like, the one thing FSC can't really handle is big planes. Like, if you start looking at an Airbus A320, it can't deal with it, FSC. I'd be curious as to whether On Earth scales well in that regard. Because I still probably have an airline on it. Don't know what state it's in. Right, so let's see, we want to come down to about 6k, don't we? From 2.4. Are we climbing? Why is it climbing slowly? Weird. On our scales well with at least the Airbus. Commercial cargo flights were fun. Is it possible to own one, then lease it out, or is it just stupid millions to get? Need to lose about 18,000. Maths in it. Need about 90 miles to descend from into NM. So yeah, in about 50 miles we'll start descending. Look at that. Our airspeed is 192, but our ground speed is 310 because we're getting a bit of a push. Could lease, but if you are making that much money on it, to even lease, better off owning. Airliners and FSC don't earn a lot. No, that's what I'm saying, it doesn't scale. It does not scale. I need to revisit on Air because I'd like to know what state it's in. I might do that over summer. I think we might jump back in and just have a play. Because I am curious. No blocking of FBO at airports. You can do push all the way up to managing full-blown VA. That's right. That's what put me off it. The fact that you need somebody to run the virtual airline. You need somebody to create schedules all the time. It's a massive admin. I remember in 2020 when I played it, so one guy was running a virtual airline and it said he had to spend 2 hours a day creating schedules for all the pilots to fly. 2 hours of admin a day. You don't have to VA. Well, you don't have to VA, no, but that would kind of be what the point of our Squirrel, wouldn't it? The admin for on was 2 to 3 hours, so you gave up on it. There you go. That's exactly it. I think when I realised that was the case, I was like, yeah. Like, I want to run a VA, but I don't want to have to sit there, or anybody else sit there for 2 hours doing actual admin. Like, it's not a job. I don't know, Artemis, but it just seems like a lot of work, you know? Had to buy fuel for your FPO, wait 24 hours and remain profitable. Had to sell the fuel to others. Yeah, I remember that. It took a while for delivery. I do remember that now. Like, these On-Air and FSC give you a reason to fly, but you don't want it to take over and become this massive admin thing. Like the left side of Catman. Where exactly were you flying right now? This is weird. Wait 10 minutes, something's not right. Direct. Something went wrong with that whole flight plan then. It was not actually flying to Catman, it was flying to Eclipse, and I don't even know where Eclipse was. That was weird. Should have spotted that. If only there was an On-Air for trains. There isn't a train sim game that could even connects a country, yet alone the world. Like, if you play any train sim, you choose a route and you drive that route and it loads the route. None of the routes are connected. You can't drive from one side of the country to the other in the UK. Don't know, Captain Flint, it would be good if they had an API and you could script it. Well, you know. You're saying that train sims are on rails? Like, I think Microsoft needs to take all this technology and just make train sims as well. I think just allow you to drive across the world's train track. It would just be incredible if they did that. One thing you love about on our FSA, talk to airports would never. Yeah, totally. That's what I mean. That's why it's a great reason to play, because it takes you to places you wouldn't normally go. As I'm saying, USMC Vet, they did have a train sim many years ago. If Microsoft was to come back into the train sim market and make a train sim game that leveraged all the technology they've already built for flight sim, that would be a game changer for the train sim market. Even if they just focused on United States, even that would be a good start. That's a lot of train driving right there. Oh, Dovetail would cry. Well, it wouldn't be Dovetail anymore, would it? It's Focus, I think, bought them. Okay, not too far to top of descent. I wouldn't bet on it legal, but we'll see. We will see. So there's some VA settings to help limit the admin time. I seem to remember with On Air there was 3 different ways you could play it, and there was like basic mode, normal, and then hardcore or something. They added an even easier one. That tells you something about the player base. Worldwide shipping sim. What do you mean by a worldwide shipping sim? Do you mean like planes and trains and ships and that kind of thing? Davor, thank you for 68 months. Ships. Ships move very, very slowly. I think there's a reason why nobody wrote a container ship simulator yet. Exactly. Can you imagine? Oh, I'm doing a long haul. I'm doing Shanghai to Southampton. Yeah. I put it in autopilot for 6 weeks. I had to leave my PC running. I can't believe it crashed on the 5th week. Oh my god. Like, wow. Just no. Unplayable. Yeah, I'm doing a short haul. I'm just going to go from Southampton to Zeebrugge. What's that, 8 hours? Short haul trip in a ship? Like, no thanks. That's like 100% you'd need to accelerate time. Or down to Seattle. I mean, that's like a pretty long haul flight, isn't it, basically? But the thing about it is you can just autopilot it and walk away, right? Like, the computer's just flying itself. Newman, thank you for 7 months. Is there a view that is under the front of the nose, looking forward down without instruments? I mean, you can go out a drone camera and do it, yeah. Like, you can go external camera and just do that if you want to see down. Or get a drone and do it. Can't really move the drone camera around. It's that one. Yeah, SnowRunner's something I'll go back to for the new DLC, I think. I'll play it when there's more content. We've played, like, all the content, bar the stupid stuff. And there's more DLC coming out with a new map, so I'll probably play that at some point. Microsoft is working on real-time weather once again. Don't really keep up with the Microsoft Flight Sim news. I mean, it has live weather. What do you mean by real-time? Yeah, they got the... It's got the logo on. It's the logo there as well, look, Squirrel. I tell you what, I would love this yoke here. This exact yoke right here. That would be lovely. Uh-oh. I think I just put the parking brake on. If you click, like, if you click here, parking brake is actually there. So if you click the wrong part of this, you end up clicking that. Puts the parking brake on. It's very much a sim problem, that one. Oh, I see. You mean like live as opposed to a few hours behind. Fair enough. I thought it would be like an hour behind. Why is it 6? I mean, all you got to do is take a feed from the live weather station. Got so much you've enjoyed Zero Valley videos, hoping to get a new PC and copy the game soon. Nice. Just bought Zero Valley. Sweet. Yeah, playing the game now, like on simulator, it's a very different experience to Overhauled. It's amazing how, like, if you change the visuals and the audio, everything you then do in the game is very different. The licenses have not changed substantially. There's new locomotives have been added, and they've kind of tweaked some of the licensing a little bit, but not a massive amount. It's entirely recognizable from what you're used to. I do King Awesome and watch quite a lot of them. Oh god, and you totally can, which is why I made those videos, because if you make the wrong choices on your licenses, then yeah, it doesn't really help you at all. Like, Zero Valley is a very raw game. It doesn't try to hand-hold you as to what license to get. It just gives you the information and lets you make a choice. My god, this is just completely like Mars around here. Look at it. You could walk for like 100 miles and not see civilization. It's just insane. just nothing. Absolutely nothing here. The trouble is, there's not even water. That's the real problem. Get these little valleys here. It implies water used to run through here, or maybe does now and again. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I get what you mean. Why did they pull the vertical stabilizer forward and away from the horizontal? It's a weird design choice. Is it? It must be better to have that. I guess the further back you have it, the more authority you have over the plane, because you're like away from the fulcrum point here. But yeah, why didn't that just come back with it? Must be a weight thing, balance thing, I guess. You have to shove something forward to balance it. I don't know. It'd be kind of cool to know why. Who knows? Masaki, thank you for 10 months. Liking the Air Squirrel livery, very smart. It is. Downloadable from the website, if you want it. Kingo 350, TBM, and the Caravan. Don't know if it reduces drag. I really don't know. We could get Wiki Tom in here. He might know. He's studying aeronautical engineering. Can I ask them at the Paris Air Show? I could do. I don't know if they'll know the answer, but I might just ask them anyway. Can you explain? I just want someone to wiki Tom. Very good question. I can't remember who did it, El Plagiato. It wasn't me. I can't remember who actually did it in the end. I'd kind of like to... It's one of those things I'd kind of like to learn how to do, because I like to make some liveries for other planes. Like, my Photoshop skills are fine, so I could probably do it, but I just don't know about all the other stuff you have to know about. How to specify whether it's a reflective surface and that kind of thing. I don't know how you do that. Guessing this thing is going to be over that valley there somewhere, so we're not going to be able to descend. We'll have to get over the top of this thing. Less than 2 dm in the forward section of the tail helps minimise the impact of the aircraft's aerodynamic performance. There you go. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought Blender was more for 3D, not for 2D.
Oh hey, I think we should try and fly a steam plane. Nah, that's a crazy idea.
It is a
Unless...
crazy idea, Chris, yeah. It's going to be entirely a visual approach, this one. See that as man? There's a bit more green around here. Is that it? Maybe that though. Possibly. By the look of the picture on the website, it looks like it's on a hill a little bit. So, like up here maybe. This is where we find out it's on the other side of the hill, right? Maybe that's it up there. See that there, Urban? It's gotta be here somewhere. Alright, at 2,000 feet AGL, let's slow down and try and find this thing. Gives you Wild West vibes. Very much is. 6 nautical away. Still have no viz on it. I reckon it's like on the side of this hill. Do you know what? I think it's on the other side of this hill. I think it's on the other side of that. Somewhere. Blimey. Quite a cool little approach. Oh, that's missed. Thought I'd turn quickly enough, but apparently not. Yeah, use the handbrake, that's what I should have done. Top of the screen shows where we're going. Crazy little field, this one. This doesn't feel like a runway, does it? Oh, he's floated it. He's floated it. Nope in that. No way. That floated for a long, long time. Oh, whoa, 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 plane, what are you doing? Let's try that again. That did not work out so well. That is a tough little place to get into. That runway is really thin, and it looks fine from here, but when you're going for your approach, it looks really small. Let's get set up.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear.
It's one of the annoying things about a TBM. If you go full flaps, or you back off and you throttle too much, it's like landing gear, landing gear. Right, take two. Doesn't help the fact we've got all these trees. This time I was like, we're gonna get it on the ground and get braking. Man, that was a fun one. That was better. Jeez. It's a long runway, but it's very thin. Here's a little rocket. Whew, that was fun. That first time I could possibly maybe have braked, but I wasn't risking it. I thought, let's just do it again. It's a lovely area, but coming in from the direction we did just made it even harder. And we had a crosswind to deal with. Right, let's bring up. I think that's all the flights done, isn't it? Oh no. Ready for departure from NM69. No. Yeah, we are. We are ready for some more flights. So we need to find some jobs coming out of NM69. Danny Brooks, thank you for 4 years, sir. Happy anniversary. Right, so we want to go out of NM60. Is it 69? Casas Adobes. apparently. Still got that as its home airfield right now. Oh, FSC plan is just a godsend. It really is. The only thing I don't like about these is doing multiple hops at the end. Ooh, that takes us straight to where we want to go. That is taking us to our new home airport. The only thing I don't like about it is that really short hop. But Fort Worth is where we're trying to get to. That's 136 gallons of fuel. Oh, come on, stop asking me to log in. Seriously. Really, game? Really? What? Invalid assignment parameter. What's going on? The jobs may have been taken. I suppose so. Can we get it to refresh? Let's try again. Gotta be quick. No, that's the same job. Bad. Broken. They haven't gone, it just won't let us take them. How strange. Must here, thank you for 17 months. There's quite a lot of shuttle jobs here, look. You see that? It's got to load data. So we summoned a Wiki Tom. So, Wiki Tom, while you're here, we have a question for you. Why is the vertical stabilizer on this plane so far forward? Like, why does it not sit back over here near the horizontals? Why is it so far forward? Bit of a weird one. Load data. Jobs. Let's try that. New search. Yeah, they're different, aren't they? I don't want this stupid little... What is this? 14 nautical. Taken off from somebody's back garden and landed in somebody else's back garden. All of them have that job. Like, all of them go there. Not to mention one at the start as well. Let's try 200. Really? Really? Can't do anything out of here except these stupid piddly jobs. Like, wait. It's telling me there's nothing here and I have to go there to get a job. Look. 0 kilograms, $0. That's what it's telling me. Ooh, Jet A's cheap there though. Look at that. $3.45? That's really good. I wish I could tell it where I was going. Minimum duration. Is that per leg or is that for the whole thing? Is that in minutes or hours? I don't know. Does it make any difference? Taking off from the White Sands. That looks like a bigger one anyway. We'll take that. Oh my god, why do you keep asking me to log in? Seriously. Finally. Stratocaster Aviation Passenger. Okay. Whatever you say. It's $4 there. We'll refuel at the next place. So we basically got to jump over from... Where do we need to go to? Is it EO4? Is that where we need to head? NM72. It's not obvious where our next flight is. K-Hub, EO4. There's nothing at K-Hub. We have to then jump from K-Hub to EO4. Is there a virtual touch and go there? Right, we need to get here, NM72. That's where we need to be. NM69, NM72. The world's shortest run. 18 nautical. What should we cruise at, guys? If you go back to new search, you can select a destination or bearing you want the job to take to you. I did select a bearing, Tom. I put in 090. So I've been heading east all along. But I didn't put the destination in. I'll perhaps do that at the end. Cruise at 20 feet. It doesn't know. Navigraph knows nothing about these airfields. Absolutely nothing. They don't exist. NM72, let's have a look. Elevation 6,000 feet. Wait, is that it? That's all we know about it. Cool. What was the question? The question you were summoned for was the vertical stabilizer. Why is it so far forward, or rather, why are the elevators so far back? Why does it not sit above them like on most planes? We couldn't work out why it was so far forward. Feels like it should be back there. Right then, let's do it. Should be fun. So we'll start the job. Lovely crosswind. To be honest, probably just like VFR hand fly it all the way. Oh, that's where the guy is, all the way back there. On the grass. Lovely. That's what I said. Like the moment of the elevator being further back gives it a better authority, like elevation authority. But I reckon a lot of it must be to do with drag and weight, probably. I reckon that they brought the vertical forward for weight reasons as well. It's all a balance, isn't it? It's literally the other side of the hill. This place. Must be pretty cool living in this valley though. Cracking place, isn't it? What was the elevation of this field again? 6,000. It's remote. Yeah. Very remote. I think I saw a flashing light there. Do you reckon that's it? copied K94E. What, so we end up landing in the wrong place, basically. Thanks. No, I can't work out if that's where we want to go or that's just before it. Yeah, that's K94E possibly. So it's on the same line. However, our runway seems to run mostly north-south. I'll have to overfly this. I agree with you there, Tom. The French do love wacky designs, which is why I've never got on with their cars. You only have to look at Citroën. Right, I believe that's where we're going right there, possibly. Maybe, is that it? Maybe not. Maybe not. Stand by, caller. This may be difficult to see. Is that it? You gotta be kidding me. That can't be it. That could be it though. That could be it. This thing. Is that it? I think that's it. Well, this is going to be a fun approach. This may or may not work. A little bit tough on the landing gear, but we got in. I mean, we wasn't getting paid for that flight, so we had to get it on the ground quickly because we're not earning money. Where's it supposed to be? Turner Ridgeport Airport, NM72. Allegedly. Permanently closed. Not in flight sim. Oh look, they got a little fueling thing. That's awesome. You see, this is why the fuel is so cheap. Somebody closed the airport, but nobody told them, and they've still got all this fuel to sell. So they're selling it off nice and cheap now. We'll have some of this. Have you had any good takeaways? Been a few weeks since I had a takeaway, I think. Right. At the airport, will not get on the plane. You what? Is it too heavy? 1,000 kilograms of cargo. That sounds like a lot. Didn't like your landing. What's going on? Cargo 1,107. What? I've got 7 people on board. Why is it not getting on the plane? Available 801. Isn't load rate on TBM? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's picked it. This stupid thing picked it. Look. 1,000 kilograms. NM72 to KHOB. It picked it, not me. You'll have to defuel to take it. Well, hang on a minute. How far have we got to fly? We've got to fly 256 nautical. Let's do a calculation if we can. Let's see. So this thing weighs 1,016 kilograms. 1016 kilograms. We don't have any passengers apart from a crew member. The maximum fuel you could take with that much and 1 packs, I assume, is 32 gallons. That doesn't sound like a lot to me. I don't think we're flying 1 ton, 256 miles with 32 gallons of fuel. No siree. That doesn't sound possible. You don't have to count the packs because that's the crew member. You reckon? So if I defuel down to 58 gallons, do you reckon we'll be able to load? Hang on, how far does 58 gallons go? 58 gallons. Distance calculator. 256 nautical. Whoo! You need 48. And we can carry 58. Holy moly. This place is cheap fuel, and I can't buy any. I have to give them fuel. Are you serious? Fill to 58 gallons. Are they going to buy that off me? They're not, are they? I'm literally losing fuel here. I'm losing a ton of money. Just lost an absolute load of money giving them fuel. That's what this place is about. That's why their fuel is cheap, because people land here and then they have to give them the fuel for nothing. Right, ready for departure. I just thought we've got enough just thought we've got enough fuel. XML, thank you for subbing. Welcome, sir, welcome. Oh my god. Right. And flight, start new. NM72 to K Hob. You know fuel's going to be expensive in K Hob, don't you? Without a shadow of a doubt. I don't feel comfortable with this so little fuel on board. This is going to be squeaky bum time, I think. I think we'll be turning off the engine and falling out the sky. It's the way I see this going. Right, let's see if Navigraph knows anything about K-Hob. It should do. Right, westerly wind. Clear skies, westerly wind. Let's have a look at the approach. Could do an RNAV into 2-1. Could even do an RNAV into 3-0. How long's 3-0? 6,000 feet. Fine. What was the wind again? 2-6. Eh. Split the difference. 3-0 looks like less of a taxi at the end. Right, okay. So basically we want to come in from, I presume, this like Tasney transition maybe, and you come in this way. And then you could enter a hold, possibly. But we wouldn't, we'd carry on. So you'd be at Tasney at 6,000, presumably. Sorry, why can't you see the planner? Because I'm an idiot. Ah. 5,500 feet. 0. Airport elevation 3,661. And I think you come in from Tasney here, so we'd kind of come in that direction. Hit Tasney at 6,000, come in that way. That's a hold, but we wouldn't go for the hold. We'd then drop down to a 0 at 5,500 and capture the glide that way. It says you have 2 gallons capacity on the FSE website. Does it really? Where does it say that? Usable space. Where are you getting that from? We got 58 gallons loaded, and the maximum we worked out was 58 point something. Available space 2 gallons. That's a lie. It can't be right. It can't. It must be rounding up. You can put 1 more gallon in. There you go. Max fuel. So RNAV for 30 seems to be the way to go. Yeah, Tasney, there we go. Lovely. That will do. It's got 8,000 feet in for Tasney. That's interesting. That's not what that says. Okay, what flight level do we want? Maximum fuel efficiency. 260 nautical miles, so we can go fairly high, I think. I reckon like 280 or something. Yeah, an extra 2 gallons, Bigfoot, you never know. That could be the difference. I think we're flying east, so let's go 270. Flight direct, V-speed. $1,200. Just caught my cup of tea before it was not hot enough. It really sounds like a chopper when it's in feather low, this thing. Right, SimConnect, start flight. Cargo is loaded. Fuel is non-existent. We're going to get low fuel warnings all day long, I'm telling you now. We're going to need a rescue mission. Let's get going. Can't mess around here. Yeah, I could do with an eco mode, that's for sure. Gallons per hour, 67. Holy smoke. Hang on, if I change my speed to isn't best climb like 124? There we go. I think that's our most efficient climb speed. Yeah, VY is 124, so that's what I've gone for, approximately. Because it's on one of these, isn't it? Speed bugs there. VY 124, approach 85. So that's given us 64 gallons per hour. Lights are off now, inertial separator can close. Don't know if that changes the efficiency at all. Let's see if we make it. What's our ETE? Right now we need to get in cruise and see what it's like. I think we're going to burn most of the fuel now. Should get a lot more efficient hopefully when we get to cruise, so I'm hoping that will come down. Yeah, but once we get to 27,000 feet, you know, we can glide a long way. Glenn, thank you for 94 months, sir. Whoa, what the heck is that? That's like a massive quarry. That is huge, isn't it? That's absolutely huge. I'm guessing that's a bit of a mining town then. I'm at 14,000 feet already and we've down to 60 gallons per hour. Freeport Copper and Gold Mine. Is that what it is? Nice one, Larry. These seats look a bit too shiny, don't they? Like a bit too plasticky. Well, we're on live weather, so yeah, it must be a clear day. So what did we start with? 60 gallons and we're down to 42. Oh, God. This 1 ton payload. No questions asked. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a mid-air refuel somehow. God, imagine living there. Just like this weird valley. Pretty remote. One gallons left. We're starting to burn less now though, look, 57. We don't need parachute, we can glide. "41 gallons. We'll be fine." So basically, we've burned 20 gallons and we're not even at cruise altitude. I wonder what the most efficient setting is. Does anybody know? What is like the most efficient setting for the torque in cruise? Like minimises your fuel usage but keeps your speed at a maximum. We have got a nice tailwind though going on as well, which is nice. What's the gliding range? We'll find out, right? We will find out. Wait, how do you put this into standard pressure or can't you? Targeting 35 to 40. That still sounds a bit high for my liking. Larry, I've already put the PFD into standard. I was wondering how to put the standby into standard, but I don't think you can. You had the best sensor that burn 37 gallons per hour. Yikes. We've only got 37 gallons left. We're maybe making a pit stop somewhere en route. Little splash and dash. No, there's no auto throttle, annoyingly. I think the TBM 940 has an auto throttle, but not the 930. Box this lap, yeah. Well, that's exactly what I did, Genoan, if you look. Right, we're almost at cruise. I mean, our ground speed is still pretty good. We're down to 52. On air was okay, but Grindy plus subscription was a turn off, and Sky Park is disappointing until I decide to update it. I know what Sky Park is. Is that that thing from Parallel 42? Or is that something else? Okay. We've achieved 27,000. 270. Here we go. Presumably now we can reduce our fuel burn down a bit. What was the idea of Sky Park? Same kind of thing as FSE? If only I had DRS. So our current speed will be at Tasney by in 1803. Yikes. That's literally 45 minutes. Burning 50 gallons per hour for 45 minutes. That ain't happening, bro. We don't have enough fuel according to this. we reduce our fuel burn down? See what our ground speed's like. Well, the descent is cheap fuel-wise, yeah. We can definitely get to TOD. So VNAV's enabled. That means if I've set the altitude, is it going to automatically start going down on the VNAV, or do I need to activate something? See, we're in the pit. Set to VNAV mode and the low altitude is dialed in, you will descend automatically. Yeah, okay. Just need to control the speed, fine. I mean, we're doing 317 at ground speed and burning 43, that's not bad. Could probably get a little bit lighter. Do we need to activate the VNAV button? Or will it just automatically do it? You do. Let's see what it does. I wonder why people don't fly over here more often. Looks like the A2A Comanche. Oh really? Supernova. A2A do good stuff. I'm glad they've finally brought some planes to Microsoft Flight Sim. I've been looking forward to A2A getting their stuff over. Yeah, I might have to check that out. Microsoft Flight Sim AccuSim Comanche 250 in beta testing. And that was in January. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're in June, mate. What's going on? How much testing do you need? That was the last update. It was 26th of January. Blimey. The textures, the vibrations, the sound. This thing is alive. The tablet is outstanding. The animation's incredible. It's like having a virtual engine in a virtual tablet. Crazy. I'm really glad to have another 808 beta after this many decades. Feels so... Thank you. Whew. Yikes. They got somebody who's taken too many Pro Plus tablets to do them a quote. That looks really good. That looks amazing. I don't know what that is. Go away. The heck? What is... That looks really, really nice. That is quality. That like almost that's somebody took a photograph. That is amazing. Mercy, mercy, mercy. Infiniment. Hang on. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I don't know what that means. Infiniment. Something for your devotion and your professionalism. That goes to... I'm not sure what that means. These millions of simmers. Mega hero. Means simmers with lots of hours, maybe? I am having a party. Something like that. Go away. I suppose not a picture of Harry and Meghan on the Worldwide Privacy Tour. Lol, Larry. Oh, hero is happy. Interesting. Perfect French. Hey, baguette. That's the only word you need to know. If you can go to France and order a baguette, that's all you need. Baguette et au fromage. There you go. Cheese and bread. What else do you need? And they do some cheese and bread pretty well over there. Le vin. Vin de Rouge. Vin Rouge, is it? TOD's over. Wait, what? TOD's there? Are you serious? That seems like a long way off. Oh, we've got 19 gallons of fuel left. I'm not so sure we're going to make it anymore. $30 of flight time. There's no way. 30 minutes of fuel. It's 30 minutes just to get to Tasney. That ain't happening. We should dial it back for best fuel efficiency. Just a little bit of ground speed. I could just glide straight in. You believe we'll make it? What part of this makes you think we're gonna make it? It's not happening. Maybe we should stop at Crow. Like, can we make it to top of descent and just glide our way in? 28 gallons will burn 39 an hour. Jeez. I think the nearest will be Crow if we can't make it in. Well, we don't get a fine if you run out of fuel. You've got to go and rescue the plane somehow. I'm not really sure how that works. That's what happens you try to carry 1 ton. 27 gallons, rip. It just doesn't feel like top of descent should be all the way there. Time to top of descent, 23 minutes, right? So in 23 minutes, we'll have burned about 20-ish gallons of fuel, and we have 27. So from here, we'll have about 7 gallons of fuel to get to there. Can we glide in on 7 gallons of fuel? Minimum fuel burn all the way down. That's the question. Like, part of me wants to see what happens and see if we can do it. And the other part of me thinks, maybe we should just go land and fuel. Because I think we could possibly do it at a pinch. Possibly. But it's going to be really close. And the problem is if I don't make it, getting this plane fixed on FS economy, I don't even know how you do it. Like, how do you refuel it? If it's not on an airfield, how do you even refuel it? Who knows? I'm just going to pull it back to 37 gallons an hour, see what the speed does. I reckon if we can stay at 300... 37, that's nice and lean, isn't it? You bring the fuel with another plane, so it's just a world of pain, that is. You got to rent a caravan or something nearby, go land. It's really annoying. Although if I remember rightly, actually, thinking about this, if I remember rightly, the way it works is, because we're going to here, Hobbs, and if you look at this,
so if you order Fils LLR fromage, how about ordering beer in France? And Stella is not beer, by the way.
Bière, I think it is. All you've got to do, you see this triangle here, this like 4-sided shape thing. If you get within that, it will think you're in Hobbs, I think. From an FSC perspective, everything in this box is Hobbs. So if we glide and land in the grass, I think we should still be able to refuel. I think. ...301 knots, burning 38 gallons per hour now. 26 left. 30 minutes. Tasney, 30 minutes, but that's at current speed. Fuel remaining minus 9 kilograms. Hang on a minute, it's already calculated that by the time I get to Tasney I'll have no fuel. 25 gallons left. And we're 30 minutes away from the leg. So we need like, oh god, this is getting worse. This is actually getting worse. Slow to 120 knots before engaging FLC for best climb speed. My god. I think we're just more or less idle, and the trouble is, top of descent is not top of descent if we're not going to keep that speed. Running on fumes, peeps. We might have to just go straight in. Runway 12 straight in. That's going to be the way, isn't it? 3,600 elevation. We bug out runway 12. We just punt straight for it. Get to top of descent, descend and just go straight for it. See if we can land on the runway. We'll probably get one go at this, if at all. Thinking of buying the rudder pedals VKBT rudders Mark IV. I've never owned them. I know nothing about them. The only ones I'm familiar with are Thrustmaster TPR, the MFG Crosswinds, the Cytec, whatever rubbish that was, and I know that Honeycomb have got some out that I've not tried. Wait a minute. That's right. Top of descent and glide straight into 1-2. I mean, might have a chance at this. Well, if we change the flight plan now, all the calculations are going to go out, but I don't know if there was a procedure in for 1-2 at all. Visual for the 1-2. It probably won't have a VNAV calculation if we do this, will it? Because it won't. If I load that, I don't think it'll have a VNAV calculation. Whereas if I leave it alone, as soon as you get to the top of the descent, start cruising, then just aim straight for the runway. If you want to tell it, I want 1-2 as well. $23 gallons left, potentially. History will be the judge. We're running on fumes, Captain. Set a VNAV profile manual in the Garmin just for the calculation. Jeez. Like, really? How? If I do a direct to runway 12, you need some waypoints on the way to get a VNAV calculation, surely. We need something in the sky. Yeah, but I want runway 21. That's pointing the wrong way. There is a VNAV page here, but it doesn't have like a list of items. The best you can do is potentially change these, but they're like waypoints, aren't they? And all those waypoints are on the other side. Yeah, top of descent is shown just here. See TOD right there. It says we're going to get there with minus 10 kilograms of fuel at Tasney, which is there. It's going to be very close, this. Very close. Antita, thank you for 37 months. There probably is something similar, but MMK, but maybe the time to sort of try and play around with something that we're not sure of. That's probably best saved for when we've got more fuel, rather than when it's critical that we get this right. So my thinking is, get to TOD, change this to say, give me a visual into 1-2, and just punt straight at it. Glide down, see if we can get it in. That's my current plan. If we come in and we're a bit high, we'll just circle to land. If we come in and we're too low, and we run out of fuel, we just land wherever we are. That's my current plan. It's hard to get your head around how big this place is. It would be great if they started to model thermals and brought in gliders that you could ride thermals. That would be great. I haven't got any passengers, B-Sharp. That's the beauty of it. We're literally, there's just me and 1,000 kilograms of stuff. That's it. There's no packs in here. And the other thing is, once the engine does cut, we're going to be on battery. And when we're on battery, we've got about 15 minutes of this before it all shuts off. Yeah, I think they did model thermals and they brought in gliders, but I don't think it's particularly, accurate. See, there's TOD there, but I reckon TOD's back here, because we're not going to be doing all this. It's expecting us to do all that. Do you know what? I have to take a gamble. I have to take a gamble here and just say, give me the visual. Approach. Time to roll the dice, it really is. Give me the visual into 1-2. Vectors. Straight. Straight means from here, I assume? Straight in. Preview. Show on map. Oh, straight being a waypoint. No. Vectors. Do you know what? There's actually another runway next to it, I think. We need to be careful here. We don't end up on the wrong place. Load and activate. Obstacle clearance is not provided for visual approaches. I don't care. Right. So that has indeed got rid of to fuel low. What a surprise. My DME 2-1. I've got a slight imbalance that's natural. Something like that, maybe. $75. What was the elevation again? 3,600. Oh, 21. 60 miles, glide. 72. Okay. Well, we are basically doing a direct one today. We're doing a visual. Nerdy Drew, thank you for 68. We should be able to start our descent in about 10 nautical, I think. And if we descend... should be able to pull back on the throttle when we do it as well. I wonder how low it'll take that imbalance before it switches over. Beginning Magenta Line's EO6 looks like some kind of runway, I think. From what I can make out. We'll turn VNAV off. We're on our own now. Okay, let's do it. Geots now. Fuel burn's still 30 gallons per hour. That's insane. Master caution left and right now. 15 gallons remaining. Do some FSA in the Pacific Northwest. What you're from? Why? We've already done. We've been up to Seattle before. Not this year, but I'm distributing planes around the US, so we'll get there. $30 gallons per hour. We've still got 12 minutes to get there. In theory, we've got enough fuel to do this. In theory. It's kind of helped by the fact that the airport's not at sea level. It's like 3,600 feet up, so that's kind of a bonus. Yeah, you're not kidding, at least. Every single, like those extra 2 gallons may actually make the difference. Tom One Pack, thank you for 89. Well, I'm glad somebody does, J10. That makes one of you.
I hope Pippa, Doyle and Sean are in the plane.
Yeah, obviously, that's where the 1,000 kilograms comes from. That and a couple of bulls. It has 9 gallons of unusable fuel. Well, let's hope that that number doesn't include the unusable fuel, because if it does, we're in real trouble. Because that would mean we've only got, like, what, 5 gallons left? And that is definitely not enough. What was the best glide speed again? My torque's down to 16% at the moment. So he still uses 28 gallons even when you've got no power in. It's bonkers. It's over there somewhere, that's all I know. "12 minutes, apparently. We're about 12 minutes away. I don't think I've ever done a flight where I've run the fuel this tight. That's just flap speed. Yeah, the speed's down to more or less best glide, so... No. IRL, Larry, you'd have gone to a different airport. There's just no way you'd do this. IRL would have gone to that other one, which was down here somewhere. Gallons. It's gonna be close. A320 transatlantic, blimey. Oh, absolutely, mice. Yeah. If you're running packed, you can't do it. And you wouldn't either, like, you'd always have a minimum of 30 minutes extra fuel. .25 nautical, is that our glide radius or is that just a 25 nautical marker? Just a marker. The grounds are about 3,600. We're basically 10,000 feet above ground right now. Even if we run out of fuel, I think we could glide a fair way. No, gonna win. $11 gallons left. 9.5 minutes to the final approach fix. 1 minute to the runway. About 10 minutes. And we have about 20 minutes runtime fuel-ish. Pepper, you got to go for this, mate. We've got to see what happens. Wait, what is this? Is this saying that that's the nav glide? Is it really calculating the glide from that? So that's now saying we're below the glide, is that what they're saying? I think it is. Should be able to see the field at some point. I think I'm low on the glide path. I think that dot being above me means I should be up there. And I'm too low. $9 gallons. 17 nautical miles. About 20 to the runway. Yeah, I think we're a bit below the glide. You see that purple dot? If we get onto that purple dot, we'll be gliding straight into the runway. You always use the green thingy. What does that mean? You don't mean the vector indicator, do you? It's not an ILS. It's basically a virtual glide slope is what it is. I wonder if I'd actually arm the approach. I think it's behind this stupid thing. Hey, the runway's there. We might actually make this, you know. How much have we got? 8 gallons. Oh my god. I think if it had gone for the full RNAV, I don't think we'd have done it. Right, it's caught the glide as well. We're just going to keep everything as it is and just basically like put the gear down fairly late. 7 gallons remaining. Yikes. Obviously perfectly planned. Yeah. We're still quite a way off. 2.5 miles apparently. Get down over the threshold, yeah. You actually slow it down and come down to the best glide speed a bit. No, I think we'll have more than 2 left. We are landing with a bit of a tailwind though. I think it says we've got 7 gallons left. As if there's a windsock on the threshold of the runway. We made it. We made it. I can't believe that. All the fuel lights are flashing. I think straight in was the right thing to do though. Ooh, that is the closest. 5 gallons remaining. A keg of beer. It would, D-Storm. It would. It would have penalised us for landing with less than 30 minutes. But it might have also not generated a job like that in the first place. Taxiway markings, firefighter, what do you mean? Well, this stuff. You just zoom into the map. Boy, do we need that fuel truck. Fill it up and I'll have some Snickers. What the? Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's have a look at what it thought about that. Earnings 4,300 for that. The annoying thing is we could have bought some lovely cheap fuel back there. Oh, is this where we have to take another? We do as well. We have to do a zero profit run over to EO4. Oh, what? 345? What? Fuel's cheap here. Fuel is cheap. 345. That'll do. Would you fly TBM 930 RF had a chance? Dude, I would be all over that. I would 100% fly that. So, we need to calculate what are we picking up at EO4. How much weight are we taking on board? How do we get it to tell us how much cargo that is? Like, I don't know how much fuel to put in because I don't know what I need at the end. Are they all packs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 packs. 7 packs weighs... Your max fuel is 237 gallons. Then after that, we would be running 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 packs again. So I can put in up to 230 packs, can't I believe. 230 gallons, I mean. Let's do 220. Refuel. You're going home for a homemade chicken curry. Enjoy. What spots on the windscreen? Nothing to do with me. It said there was no cargo. K-Hob to... Let's do it over here. Was it EO4 or something stupid? Right, so Volanta doesn't know what EO4 is. Has it got a different name, perhaps? E04 Eunice. It knows what it is. Volanta hasn't got a clue what it is. It calls it 4R7, I think. Two gallons remaining. We better start the flight. Just so we get a refuel. Yeah, it doesn't know what it is. We're going to have to go visual with this thing again. Elevation 3,500 feet. Dan Rofer, thank you for 58 months, sir. EO4 is not amongst our flight sim. I just put it in. I just put it in. 14 nautical miles away. EO4, Eunice. It's Valanta that doesn't know what it is. Range of the plane. Depends what you're carrying as to how much fuel you can take. I mean, you can get at least 5 or 6 hours out of it with some people on board. Electric Games, thank you very much for 27. You can autopilot. You don't need to fly for 5 to 6 hours. It's nice having fuel on board. I like this. Bit of a novelty. It's a bit crosswindy right now. Can you leave the seat? Of course you can. More or less straight in by the look of it. Assuming we can spot it. Right, where are you? Seven miles away. Is this it? I think that's it.
Landing gear.
Honestly, there must be a way to disable that. Back off on the throttle and you get landing gear. There'll be crosswind going on. Yeah, too high. Don't think we can ditch the speed. We'll see. Those full flaps really ditches a lot of speed very quickly. Oh, floating. Come on. Jeez. That was behaving super weird. It's only a disused runway. This is the other thing about FSE, is it often tells you to go to places that are just not in use anymore. It's like its database needs updating or something. Right, so now we're taking a whole bunch to KSJT. San Angelo Regional, apparently. San Angelo Regional. Let's see what Navigraph knows about San Angelo Regional. 7 packs and a 6-seater. There's one up front as well, you know. Fadian, think of it, 19 months. So, KSJT. Let's have a look. Ooh, 230 at 15, gusting 27 knots. It's getting spicy as we go east. What's all this? -34 Celsius with some spicy wind. This is going to be interesting. Got a whole bunch of approaches. Let's see, we could do... I guess runway 21's our best bet. Take an RNAV 21. That one there. Airport's about 2,000 feet. I guess we're going to be coming in from Wattle. And then you come in at Litaz and turn. Hi, Princess Sweet Pea. Blimey. I don't think I've ever been called that before. I'll have 2-1 from Wattle transition. Yep, sequence from Wattle. Let's load that. Should give us what we need. We can figure the rest out in flight. Distance to Wattle 138. Okay, so I reckon 2,000 foot elevation. Go up to 2-1, I think. Did I circle of flight directors? I don't know. I'll do it anyway. We'll put that on nav. Okay. So Volantis set. Just to action this. That's loaded the packs. All 7 of them. You're very surprised Paul didn't do an iRacing stream being the Le Mans 24-hour race. So, Chester, iRacing can't do the Le Mans 24-hour race because they don't have the license for it. So what they do, because R Factor has it, and they usually make a complete mess of it. So what they do is they have another event in August that is definitely not the Le Mans 24-hour race. It just happens to be a 24-hour race that just happens to be at Le Mans because they don't have a license, which we may take part in. Well, it's the truth, and it's at pups. I mean, that's literally how it is. So, if we can decide on a car, if we can get the practice done, and if we're motivated to do it, And if we can work out some slots and drivers, then we'll do it. But watch the space. Because right now it's just a figment of Alex's imagination. It's what he goes to sleep in his tent thinking about right now. It is a lot of ifs in him. But I'm a realist, mate, you know? Because I know full well Alex will want to drive the LMP, and me and Pups don't want to drive the LMP. So there's that problem. Do you know what? Mice? If we do the Le Mans 24 race in August, when we finish, I'm going to eat some quiche. I'm going to make sure Mrs. Squirrel gets me some VIP quiche, and I'm going to eat it at the end of the stream in celebration of Le Mans. Nope, we did not drive the LMP at Le Mans. Never done that. Do you know why? Because if you go through the chicane, at Le Mans in an LMP, in iRacing, okay, the trim's way off. It damages the underside of the car very easily. And at Le Mans, that will cost you seconds a lap, and your race is effectively over. And it's so easy to damage the underside of the LMP at Le Mans through that chicane. The double chicanes at the end. Really easy. It just does damage to the underside of the car. It then loses its speed on the straight, and Le Mans is just a massive set of straights with some bends thrown in. So it makes you completely uncompetitive for the rest of the 24-hour race. For that reason, I don't want to drive it. It's like the flight director's just derping out again. The magenta line was all wrong. Well, I've literally experienced it at Le Mans, not in a 24-hour race, but just in a normal one. Gone over the chicane, damaged the underside, your top speed's compromised by like 10, 15 kilometers per hour, which in Le Mans is massive. People just come along and just overtake you on the straight, so it's like, you know, Red Bull DRS, boom, gone. It actually is, Pups, yeah. If you damage it too badly, you can end up doing the same speed on the straight as a GTE, and that is just ridiculous. Although they did get rid of the GTEs, didn't they, Pups? Isn't it GT3 only now? There we go. Come on, get on the nav. They didn't. Great. I thought I pre-selected nav. Looking at it round here, like everybody seems to have their own ranch, I think. I presume all of these, each one of these is somebody's house. So they've all got like a ranch and their own plot of land. That's crazy. Like nobody lives next door to anybody. They're oil wells. What? Come on, there's no... Really? They're oil wells. Oh, there's the town. Holy moly, that's a lot of oil wells. My God. That's insane. That's like mosquitoes on the surface of the Earth. That's insane. LMP2 class will still race in the Elms and Elms series as well as them all. I'm not sure what you're saying. Ford GT8, 488 GT8, the RSR, M8, the Corvette. Do you know, I'd love to do the RSR, but quite often you end up getting in it and it's highly unstable. It just depends when we get to August what car is performing. There's always like one or two cars that are at pace and everything else is not, depending on the update in iRacing. I mean, that's the one advantage the LMP does have. There's only one class of LMP. It's got the right 4100 into mixed. It's got that right. Has it got that hold in there? Litaz, Jip-B. How's it going to get from Litaz to Jip-B? That's what I can't work out. If it's coming in from Mixty, Litaz, it must be taking a right turn there. It doesn't seem to have a hold automatically programmed in after Litaz. VNAV's enabled, so we've got that. Plug on the whole money. Wait, I don't know. See, Figster, we did a flight earlier, and it was like that on the RNAV approach, but it had automatically enabled the hold, and I didn't deliberately remove it. We basically watched what it did, and it basically did like a teardrop entry into the hold. And I wonder if it had enabled it because it kind of had to do a teardrop to get into the, because the direction we'd come from, it had to teardrop around and come back. And maybe that's why it enabled the hold automatically, but this one hasn't. So I don't know. I was looking for it this time because I was thinking I'll disable it. But this time it hasn't done it. Right, I'm just going to nip for a bio break. I'm back. It's worked out top of descent. Right, let's have a look at this airfield. (2,000 feet elevation, 3,800 into Litas, 2,900 into Jip B, capture the glide. Missed approach should be climb to 4,400 direct to Hex P, which is a hole there by the look of it. I presume we'd get vectored back around. Should walk with max diff. No, there should be auto. The only reason you would put it on max diff is if you were climbing like super quickly and the cabin pressure wasn't keeping up. Oh, this plane flies so much better when it's loaded with fuel. It really does. When you're not stressing about whether you're going to make it. Only briefly. I've flown the 738 only briefly in Microsoft Flight Sim. I got it when it came out, didn't fly it very much, and I haven't flown it recently. Has it been patched? Is it like flying well now? The only problem with the PMDG is I heard that they're going to bring some kind of tablet out for it in the same way that the Phoenix has a tablet. Because the Phoenix tablet just makes life so much nicer. You know, like the takeoff calculations, it's just, yeah, it's just great. Do they have an EFB for the PMDG? It's in the works, right. So it could be any time. It could be this year, next year. I wonder if they'll announce it at the Flight Sim show. Maybe Robert Randazzo will walk in, swagger onto the stage, and he'll be like, we got an AFB. Yeah, soon last year. I should be ready by now. That's taking way too long. You get external performance calculators. Yep. It's just nice having it all in one place. I mean, at the very least, they'd better show some previews this year. Because that's crazy. When's the Flight Sim show? That's pretty soon. I reckon they'll show it there. I have not looked at X-Plane 12, no. I've seen that the clouds look nice. Swanning on stage like Steel Bauer. Nah, you won't see him running around saying developers, developers. Yeah, so there's got to be a prediction that he'll announce the EFB. The question is, will he make it a paid add-on, or will it come free as an update? Oh yeah, Flight Sim shows in Houston. Look at the oil wells, dear God. They're It's just unbelievable. It's only when you get up here you realise just how insane this is. That is bonkers. I don't see why it's taken so long, Tom. Unless it's actually been ready for a few months, but he's kept it back for the Flight Sim show. But if it's a paid add-on, that's just going to suck. You find it funny Microsoft doesn't sponsor it, but P3D does. That is very weird. Yeah, I don't know why Microsoft don't get behind it, but hey ho.
Imagine enjoying the view and then a wild Miss Squirrel comes in the cockpit to ask if you want some tea.
Miss Squirrel? Well, actually, Felicia, she brought me a coffee. Last I heard, they kept blaming her sober. Hang on, you can't... Like, if Phoenix have managed to do it, they can do it. And there's no credibility in that argument at all, is there? Even have a stand, they just don't sponsor it. Maybe they don't want to get involved. Or maybe the price is too high. Who knows? I was just looking at the when we get to KSJT, they've got an expiry of a few days, so we're okay for that. Don't need to worry about that. I need to rehome this plane though. You went to run Dazzle forum posts, there's lots of words blaming the sober. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Whatever, bro. So what's our initial... 2900. This is another maybe it flies like a charm. I will have to try it. I do like the way the Boeing flies. God, it's so flat here, isn't it? It is ridiculous. Like, there's not a hill in sight. So step outside of my room, walk into the house, go to the toilet, come back out, and my hay fever just, in that, what, 2 or 3 minutes out in the pollen, just completely sets me off. Way 2-1. Okay, we may as well just taxi right to the end. Go right to the end of 2-1, exit at Foxtrot, come into here. Incursion hotspots. Hotspot 3. Do you get hay fever, Tom? Because I do. It's horrible. It's like cold and flu symptoms in the middle of winter, in the middle of summer. It's annoying. You never get it. You're lucky. It's just pure genetic luck as to whether you get it or not. It is more immersive, like using the charts in here is more immersive. Hang on. Like doing that is really immersive, but it's just a bit of a faff to handle. It's just a lot easier bringing this down, but I get what you mean. But this is so much easier to navigate, but nowhere near as immersive. Not that far off top of descent. 2.5 minutes. Look at that. Fuel remaining 494 kilograms. Oh, luxury stuff. The mod still for the 930 of working doors and avionics. In fact, that mod doesn't work anymore. You don't need it. That improved TBM mod. In its current, it's not been updated for about 8-9 months and it's broken. I tried it yesterday and it basically, the whole plane just doesn't, it renders like a whole bunch of black polygons. It's a complete mess. So you can't use it. I don't know if the door opens or not. I assume it does, but not the cargo door, maybe. This doesn't operate, does it? That used to operate in the mod, I think. But the Garmin itself doesn't need a mod. I think there is a G3000 mod, but I believe Working Title developed this for them anyway. Right, that should be the top of descent glide coming in. Which it should catch itself because it's in VNAV mode. VNAV is active. I just need to manage the speed. There you go, VPath. ETE 1909. About 10 past 8. Basically, like, each one of these is just a money printing machine, isn't it? How did they get the oil from the pump jack back to where they need it? Like, are all these pump jacks connected? It's like a central pipe system with some tanks somewhere. Is it pumping it into tanks, like here maybe? And then they come here and just pick it up in a truck? So it's like a whole bunch of them connected to a tank. Is that how it works? Or are they all just like pipelined off to a refinery somewhere miles and miles away? How far does the pipeline network go? Well, we are... Basically, San Angelo is in front of us. Over there in the distance. On our left is Sterling City over here somewhere. A few pump jacks connected to a tank, then trucked to the refinery. So they do have to go out and collect them. What, the DC-3 is lucrative? Interesting. DC-3 has a capacity of 27 packs. In Flight Sim it has a Garmin... Really? In Flight Sim it has a Garmin 530? Interesting. How much is a DC-3 to buy on... Purchase aircraft. Buy model. Oh god, what is it listed as? This is a Douglas. Douglas DC-3. 900 grand. That's less than I thought, to be honest. 300 airframe hours, 900 grand. Currently located in Canada, is that? Quebec. What's the range on a DC-3? The thing is, does FS Economy generate enough jobs where you can actually pick up that many packs? Because most of the places I go to, they don't have 27 packs available. Brazil, Central... What? FS Economy in Brazil, Central Africa and India generates that many. You saw one in Arizona for 173,000. You've got to restore it and ferry it out. Restore it? What's wrong with it? DC Tesla range of 2,300 nautical. That's not bad. Oh, I see, because not many... So basically they just accumulate. Just check the PMG site. The tablet is almost ready to be handed over to the beta testers, so any day now. Nah. The beta testers will have it for weeks. That very much sounds like a flight sim show announcement to me. I think the problem with the DC-3 will just be finding enough payload to make it work. I imagine it's quite heavy on fuel. And if you're not at least half loaded... Like, you don't want to be making frequent stops in that bad boy, do you? You want to be hauling lots of stuff. Oh, Tom, that would be amazing. Plenty of cargo jobs in the 2,000 to 3,000 kilogram range. Those are perfect. What's the carrying capacity of the DC-3 for cargo? $3,300. Hang on, so if we went over to here, and let's say for argument's sake, let's pick somewhere fairly big, like that, KSJT, and then we basically say Douglas DC-3 ignore the heading. That's a bit. Minimum distance 400. 6,800 an hour. That's not even comparable as... minimum pay. That's not making any difference whatsoever. Hourly rate sucks, doesn't it? There's nothing big about that. I ain't got a data loaded for it. Like, in theory it will work, but then I'd need to load it. I'd have to load the data for that area. I haven't got that data loaded. In theory, the DC-3 will make you a lot of money, but not if you can't get the passengers to run it. And that's the problem with FSE in general. Water, very nice. That is a big road there. $1,100 mixed tea, 3,800 litres. Okay, we're doing alright so far. Are there good alternatives to FSA? Sadly, no. FSE's biggest strength is the fact that it's free. But it's been around a long time and it shows it. Right, glide path is coming in. One-way sighted. I don't know, I think FSE's at least a decade old, I don't know how old. What are you doing, plane? There we go. A bit worried then. Right, glide slope captured. Why do you... Oh, you stupid... Okay, I guess we're flying in manual. Tried to put my missed approach altitude in and all hell broke loose. ...2005, that's insane. Okay, 3 greens. These houses here are all on the approach path for this airfield. It's great for an aviation fan. Yeah, but Honor's like got its own set of problems, apart from the fact you have to pay for it. That wind shifted. It was a right to left. Also, the plane's just randomly sinking. Like a big wind shear or something. It did say it was gusty. It is really gusty. Yeah, basically that wind shifted from a right to a head-on, and then we lost a lot of altitude, then gained it back, then it was throwing it around a bit. It was really chopping and changing, that wind. There was one point in short final I had to chuck a load of power in just to stop it from sinking. There's an alternative in the works. Oh, good. It is very windy. It's like gusting 27 knots on the... look at it. really gusty. It's a big empty space. Right, flight finished. Best way to get Volanta to end the flight. We are done. Let's have a look what it thinks about that. Aircraft logs. 5,200 earnings.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Till tomorrow and have a good evening with good sleep.
Thanks, Valencia. You too. 5 grand for that, 4 grand for that. Brought the bank balance back up, considering I serviced this plane. I personally serviced this plane yesterday for 2,600. So I've got a bit of money back from that. It's brought in some money for Squirrel. 5 grand. Not bad, not bad. Payment logs for Squirrel. 900. 500 went out on a pilot fee. That makes 500. Then a booking fee and FBO. That is about 400 profit out of that. You can hear the wind. Listen to that. It is crazy windy. Anyway, that is it for today. Thank you for watching, guys. Have a look at the monthly statement. How do you even do that? Monthly statement, what for Air Squirrel? It says assignments June 95 grand, minus 33 grand in aircraft operations. We haven't got any FBO stuff. 25 grand group payments, expenses 0, total 85 grand. So that's better than the previous month when we lost 13 grand. So I think this month has been a little bit more lucrative. 85 grand profit. A little bit more lucrative. Let's know when you fly DC-6. Won't be tomorrow. Right. Thanks for watching, guys. Have a great rest of your day. Enjoy them all if you're watching that. I shall see you all tomorrow back at the normal time at 11 o'clock. And we'll depart out of here with the next load of packs, get this thing back to Phoenix and rehome it. Oh, sorry, Dallas, and rehome it. And then I might start moving another one around. We shall see. But yeah, have a good one. Thanks for watching. Love you all. Good night.